No law enforcement heard that.
Coming down to get you as we speak.
That's her only one, because you have them. Yeah, that's. Sure, you're gonna do that Johnson O'Malley? Does everybody have a copy of the resolution of station? Program and got invited to apply for.
I got it right for you.
I don't know if they can.
That was that in there.
Yeah, no, there was only one really old.
Devin Councilman.
It was not 30 years.
20. Let's do 20.
Who's our secretary? Kim. No, for, sorry, yeah.
We'll get some order.
Hurry up, we're gonna start. Hurry up, we're gonna start.
Hurry up, let's get going. 6 months. You can lose the starting the ones.
Good morning, council. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Good morning.
Yeah.
We're gonna get started. We'll be starting with roll call.
All you got is Jen in here. What's up this month? Send him back in. Tell him we're gonna. Go ahead. I'll let me take it back there. Yeah, shut up. We're on the phone.
Darn it.
Maybe he gets it.
You just teach it. Coach Vaughn. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshill. Kobe Wright.
Here.
Natalie Woodenite.
Up.
Michelle Holoperner. Here. Bro Yellowhawk. Robert Badley.
Oh.
Charles Gray. Bill Marshall. Wayne Fredericks. Emily Boyd-Delandra. Alvin Bearhills.
Here.
Sherry Rich Plank. Here. Emily Wilcox. Tyler Kills Insight. Michael Bolts.
Here.
William Kendall. Ben Blackburn III.
Oh.
Mary Littleton. Here. 11 present.
11 present, there's a quorum. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:28.
The very Reverend Gillen.
Left What's chopping the car? Don't go upstairs, take the hockey chopping below now. Let over there to try up your car. I like the cut down. What is that? We try to hop in your car. Heck, that guy with chose and I walk you over like a wobble as I watch it to be done. So, she chopping the car. Now, let out there over now. Hey, when I look at the killers, you can heck that guy. What is that kid chopping? Don't go upstairs, take the hockey chopping. Now, let that Och, walking puppy, and I'll kick up in the car with 2 money, and I was still to help you correct that now. What that can kick puppy? What chose on it now? Watch it coming to low. Now, love that too. The girl lay over the tell you how you cover to the low. Now, I have to cut the way still to help you. You correct that now. You catch our way now. And walk you. Wọ́ọ̀lọ́gbọ̀ ẹ̀nà wọ́ọ̀lọ́gbọ̀ ìjọsọ̀kì ẹ̀wọ̀ẹ̀kṣà káàtì òjìlá ẹ̀wọ̀ẹ̀kṣà ìjọ àbí ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀kẹ́kẹ́ wọ́ọ̀tàkì òkè kàbí na ẹ̀ọ̀kíkṣà pìtàlọ́ na láàpẹ̀tùkì ẹ̀lẹ́ ìsọ́mìtì wọ́pṣkà na wọ́ẹ̀kẹ́ kàbí ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀kẹ́kẹ́ na wọ́pṣkà wọ́kàbí ẹ̀nà ẹ̀wọ̀ẹ̀kṣà ìjọ àbí ẹ̀nà láàpẹ̀tù Dagana Shitaya Kosti Tako Wasti Chitke Hochitapika, the Children Woki Waka Wabla the Walla Chitapika, Hochitapikalo, Mitaki Homazanikalo, Mitako. Oyasi.
Okay, request to be excused today, we have Lila, Wayne, Totes, Gabby, Charles, and Lily. And coming in late will be Todd and Chris. Anybody else have to leave early today? Need a motion to excuse, motion by Terry, second by Mike. Question. Ben, all in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
10-0-1, motion carried. Okay, council, we're continuing our agenda from last week. We were going off the resolution list and we left off at the judiciary committee. Did everybody get a resolution list? Is there anything that anybody wants to add to the agenda?
I was just wondering, did you get back through the health administration one?
Did you get to it?
There were some that were tabled, and I think we should leave.
Yeah, did Sarah do those down, the corrected? No? Okay, I'll text her, I know she made it, I seen her this morning, so she said.
Thank you.
Mike?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of resolutions, budget finance that are, time especially need to be dealt with. I don't know if we've got through all the finance cases in the last meeting.
We went through the list on, the ones that are listed on this page here, but are these resolutions from Friday?
What's that?
Are your resolutions from the meeting on Friday? Emergency?
Well, they're from the last budget finance committee meeting.
Yeah.
The most current one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
One
know.
of them has to do with the ARPA 100 home projects.
Okay,
And,
Yes, sir.
oh, and the other one has to do with the carnival contract.
okay, we'll close that. Emily?
I forgot to, do I need to officially add that agenda item when we land a natural for the resolution that we talked about earlier? Land the natural will be up, but it's not on our list, so I didn't know if I needed to.
Yeah, it should be on this
first.
Oh, anything else to add? For a motion to approve the agenda? By Sherry, second. Ben, question by Mike. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
What?
Motion carried. We'll start with the Judiciary Committee. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what got the, sempre vai ter a gente, na petite fala, pô, ele tá com a, e chama que já, e o meio lá e o que eu chamo de outro, que já. O Richard um aqui lá, até chegou lá capsni. Tá toca aqui até na pessoa longe. É porque o vai na pina, o rio tá com a e o mongo e o agla que está, tu ini o na mão por cima seleta. É não. Na hela o que diz de a yoma vision. For translation. When I first got on the console, I got up on the floor here and I talked about lack of communication. And I thought that people will hear me out and things will be getting better, but it's still like that today. I am here today for a land and natural meeting. I never knew there was a council meeting. Nobody canceled the land and natural meeting. So I'm here today for land and natural, and to my surprise, there's a council meeting. That's lack of communication. I finally got email. I never got one single word on that. Nothing about the cancellation, nothing about the council meetings. There are several council meetings I missed because nobody told me. That's lack of communication. The reason why I didn't vote for emergency legislation is that emergency legislation should be going to the committees. They shouldn't come straight to the council. I mentioned that before. The purpose of the committee is to deal with the resolutions before they hit the council floor. We're doing things backwards here because of lack of commitment to attend committee meetings. Now I got a message today saying that Turtle Creek store is closed. I'm a council rep. How come I didn't know about it? Why did the public have to tell me about that? Hey, John, I wanted to say that because that's been laying heavily on my chest for quite a while now, and I thought I'd express my feelings today. Now, that's it to a lot.
So, you did that one, right? Carrie.
Thank you. I just want to address the council regarding Turtle Creek. I think I addressed all of you already before. It might have been one of the meetings that you missed. But because of the fact that there was some non-lease payments for 2 years, Redco decided not to renew the lease to Turtle Creek. So they're going to be putting out bids, requests for proposals, so people can put proposals in for whatever they feel for Turtle Creek. So just a brief update. And there was a 2-year-long court case, and we're waiting for some findings for that, which is why it wasn't really announced publicly, because we're waiting for that court case to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Anything else from council? Should we start off at judiciary? Okay.
That's where we left
off. So we did pass the motion for the U.S. Marshal, for the resolution. Take that one off.
Okay, well, there's only 3 in there, it's like, so if we take the one off for the US Marshals, then we're up to 56 and 57. And, there's an attached, looks like it's a draft. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to read it. It's an agreement between the police department and the game fishing park.
On 56?
Yeah. It's a draft, so I don't know where one is or who drafted it. I apologize, I didn't make that meeting. This was pushed forward to council. So I can present it.
Eric,
The draft between game fishing parks and the police department.
Pardon?
Were you able to review this draft between game fishing parks and the police department?
No, if you give me a minute, I can take a look at it.
Okay. So can we go to 57?
yeah.
Yes. Motion to approve 2026-57.
Motion by Michelle to approve, seconded by Sherry, go ahead and read it.
I will start, I have a question. The 56 that I'm reading says it's an agreement between the BIA
And the PD. Or is it both? We have a motion on the floor for her to read. Okay, then I can have, yeah.
the second.
Go ahead and read it, 57.
All right, I'll start at 6, whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe currently contracts with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, to provide law enforcement services under the authority of PL 93-638 as amended, and whereas a critical and emergency manpower shortage currently exists within the Rosebud Sioux tribe law enforcement services, RST-LAS department, characterized by the fact that only 8% of 20 authorized law enforcement officers' positions are currently filled. And whereas this severe vacancy rate is a direct result of ongoing challenges in recruiting and retaining qualified law enforcement personnel, exacerbated by inadequate pay scales and rigorous demands of providing public safety in a high call volume environment. And whereas the current staffing level of 40% represents a clear and present danger to the safety of the public and the responding officers, as it prevents the department from maintaining adequate patrol coverage, ensuring timely response to emergency calls, and providing essential law enforcement services. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has determined that this staffing crisis constitutes a public safety emergency that necessitates immediate federal intervention to supplemental law enforcement efforts. And now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby formally requests emergency law enforcement assistance from the Office of Justice Services, OJS District 1, directed to Special Agent in Charge, Don Berg. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council specifically requests that the OJS BIA provide detailed federal law enforcement officers to be stationed on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation to assist RST-LAS in providing critical law enforcement and public safety services until such time as tribal staffing levels reach a sustainable and safe threshold. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the president and the law enforcement administrator, should that say chief, to execute all necessary documentation, including any temporary memorandum of agreement, MOA, or specialized task force agreements required by OJS to facilitate this emergency detail. And be it finally resolved that this request is made with the highest degree of urgency to protect the lives and property of the residents of the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. Attached is a letter from President Wood and I to District 1 requesting said assistance.
Any discussion? Sherry?
I do, I think we should have some, language in there regarding the commissioning of them, or do you think as they come, the judiciary committee will be able to have time to review the applications? I was just thinking, I know the ordinance states that all commissions have to be reviewed at a meeting. Do you think you guys will have time to do that?
I think we've been able to approve commissions even when we haven't met because we circulate information amongst each other in a group. So I think it is important to add that in there because they do need to be commissioned They might be certified already, but they have to be tribal commissioned as well.
Yeah. The ordinance states that you have to do it at a meeting, so it would be good to add some sort of little blurb in there about authorization of the commissions, through via email circulation.
Eric, did you draft this?
I didn't,
I don't even know.
I would redraft it, and one thing I don't see in there is it assigns certain responsibilities to, like what Buffalo Calf, and some other outside tribal agencies that really should be signing off on the plan, and it should be an MOU, not a plan. That would be my suggestion. You can adopt a plan, you just need to get the other agencies to cooperate somehow. I mean, you probably have to write a letter to them, ask them to accept the responsibilities that they're laid out in the plan.
Madam Chair, I would ask if I could table these until our tribal attorney comes in next to look them over and, make any changes that should be as far as the
Both
label.
of them?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we can come back.
Yep.
Can I just ask a quick question for Cable?
Emily?
I'm just wondering, if that letter that's attached, is that a draft or has that already been sent? The letter that was dated in February?
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know. The attachment isn't signed, so that's.
okay, I would just want to check on those, and then my questions are probably in alignment with what we're gonna pause for anyways. Normally, when we do something like that, and then we give permission for somebody to sign on our behalf, we're aware of what they're gonna sign, and I don't see any type of agreement or any type of responsibility role or anything like that of what we're actually talking about.
And
Okay, they're tabled.
you have anything to that effect, I don't. So.
And then we'll talk about 56 and 57. Take a look at both of them,
Sure.
and then we'll just come back.
So I can do that by, there's no judiciary committee meeting this month, but I can have it, but, you know, if there are committee meetings.
We're trying to have a special meeting sometime. We're all in there trying to come up with a date, but when we do, I'll let you know.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Mike and Sherry.
Given that this has to do with, chief, problem with adequate law enforcement services, which has been a topic of discussion here. You know, and I don't know that we ever resolved the concerns, legitimate or otherwise, legitimate concerns or otherwise. Who is going to represent tribal government in a unbiased fashion, given the nature of our, I think we've got a public relations problem with our police department. And obviously, and I say that because of what we've experienced and all the questions that we've had, concerns that we've had, justified or not justified, you know, but nevertheless, we really didn't scratch those itches. Point where the itch went away, or, you know, fix necessary, but at least our curiosity was that's where we're at. So, and I finally got to a point where I go on Facebook. God, now I know why people get hooked on that. That person's even addicted to cocaine. Anyway, a respected source, I believe, you know, was critical of our discussion here, you know, and that the tone of our discussion seemed to, and I'm guilty of this, seemed to give the impression that our criticisms, as they were publicly expressed, were not necessarily appropriate and that we might run off good officers. You know, that kind of disturbed me. You know, I don't believe that that's our intention at all. We had other concerns. It's not about why our officers are leaving. We never really, if I could get an additional 2 minutes.
He
We
can,
never really got to the question of why officers are leaving. We never got that itch scratched.
Time's up.
I put that out there to talk.
Sherry,
Thank you. Since the resolution won't be ready until July, I wonder if we could authorize the letter without the resolution and make some amendments to the letter, so it's not saying that submitting the tribal council resolution in that whole area. Can you draft that letter if we make a motion? Because I think that this letter is important and it needs to come before the resolution, and the resolution can have the MOU and all of that.
Okay.
So,
go ahead and make the motion and then I'll follow up and see if Heather would have sent that one out.
okay, so
If she
did
did, if she did, if she did not.
okay, just really quick, so did, Councilwoman Hollowhorn Bear, pull her motion back to approve? So we need to vote on that then, right?
No, I think she just did.
I
Just want to withdraw?
Okay, she just withdrew, okay. All right, good, that way we can still kind of discuss this stuff.
I just had a question for Sherry's.
Oh,
Did you want to make that motion for that letter?
after she
Okay.
has a question.
No, thank you for bringing that up, because that's kind of why I was asking earlier if that letter already went, because I think the letter is important, but also the timing of it is important, because we were talking about this for months, and so that's why I wanted to establish that if that ask is there, then I feel then the MOU and the agreement would come secondary or after that, so I'm kind of along those same lines with Sherry. So that's why I was wondering if there is a way that we could move the request for that assistance forward without agreeing on the actual agreement and how that's gonna look yet. So that's kind of what I was wondering, if you would be okay with that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what my intention was. When's President Whitney's gonna be back in? I still have the floor.
Yeah, she's still before. Next week.
Next week?
So,
So
yeah,
will you be able to redact this letter? Okay, so I'll make a
just make
motion.
some notes on her, what should be added.
Okay, so, I'll make a motion to have, Vice President Whitepipe redraft this letter, removing the resolution language, requesting, and just requesting officers.
So ODS
Yes, to ODS.
and removing resolution number.
Yeah, the resolution language in the first paragraph. And, did Eric say, it should be an MOU and not an MOA?
Yeah.
Okay, and to amend that as well in the letter? Yes,
Would you be able and having?
You gotta raise your hand.
yeah, to have Eric help me draft that letter as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, motion by Sherry, is there a second? By Michelle. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Mike. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
We'll get that out this week. She hasn't already sent it. I have Bob, Ben, and Michelle.
If the council don't object, I'd like to get the floor to the tribal member. Okay.
Good morning. I'm here this morning as a tribal elder to address you guys on some issues. As, you can see here. But my first and foremost question is, where's our tribal chair?
She is at a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, but we haven't seen anything from there, so I wanted to question that. Secondly, in regards to law enforcement, everybody knows here and all over Facebook, I'm the biggest complainer for my community because of the safety issues in regards to all the things that are happening and everybody is aware. One of the things that I'm really happy to see and proud of is that a lot of our young relatives are choosing sobriety now. And there's a strong enforcement there. And so anybody that we can empower them, I think that's very important. Secondly, in regards to law enforcement, you know, we call, sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. But one of the things as an elder, and now that I no longer I'm in a workforce or a workplace or anything, all these younger ones that are coming up are young leaders. Each and every one of them that are in a workplace, they're bullied or something. But one of the things that we need to understand as tribal elders is this is stuff that they had inherited. And they're expected to fix this. And I think that's really sad. So, you know, St. Francis community had, for 4 years in a row, we've had meetings with law enforcement. The first one was with Eno, the lawyer. One of them, Bob and them they attended that. I think that was the third year we had that. And we had it again. And one of the things that really was concerning to me at that community meeting was all the community members were there voicing their concerns to law enforcement. And when this group of people had walked in, it connected to me why things were not being done. Why a lot of the stuff was not being reported. Because those officers who were, I'm alleging, were involved with some of these groups, everybody sat down and got quiet. My goal was that he was there. He was there in one of those meetings. So I heard last week where someone had come and said there was others that had resigned from law enforcement because of issues with the chief of police. And I was listening to that. But as I listened to that, I thought about each and every one of these individuals that had left law enforcement. Because I sat here on council. So a lot of these issues are already here. But when these individuals had stepped down from law enforcement, I perceived that as a cleansing for that department. This was new beginnings for them. And new and upcoming people are coming in, wanting to apply for those positions, don't pay high wages, don't have housing. But my next question is, how much are we paying, is our tribe investing in this little Bitcoin? How much does this tribe pay for tribal cell phones? Why can't we take those dollars and invest them into law enforcement and start the ball rolling? This is not rocket science. It's not going to resolve itself. But us as tribal members, we believe in each and every one of you. That's why you're all sitting there. To make those decisions, to help that change happen. But, you know, I don't even watch council. But I see that a lot. But every one of these young people that are coming up into these positions, they face retaliation. They just make it impossible for them to thrive. And these are all the good old boy system that is doing that. But yet, they say we want change. That change has to happen within here. Where are all these empty seats at? You know, that's what's so disheartening. Because all of us believed in all of you to make those decisions. I have 5 little cockroaches. Today's my oldest one's birthday. So while you guys are voting on issues regarding law enforcement, remember that these young people are not trying programs. These young people, they have grandmas and grandpas, aunties and uncles, relatives. They come from strong Kiosh fires. They may not have anybody standing behind them, but there's an OT that's going to be there for them. So help empower those young people. Don't fight them. Even with our education systems. That was another question that why do we have Pine Ridgers running our college? We don't have educated people within our organization that could do that for us. Where's Mr. Fredericks at today? They fight over that name, Spotted Tail. Why isn't a tribal member running that? There's, you know, you guys are the fiduciary over these chartered entities. And I bet none of you know what's going on with that board at St. Francis and it's believing. There's been nothing put in place for that. Talked to Mr. Bolts about it on several occasions. So these are things that are happening out there. You have board members filing restraining orders on parents because these parents are advocating for their students. And then you wonder why there's no parent involvement. But nobody wants to look at that. So today as a grandma, I'm here. I'm advocating for all of my grandkids, all of my nieces and nephews. They don't want your job. They just want to thrive and be able to support their families. But you guys have the wrong people in those positions making those decisions for them. So you guys really need to take a look at that. And I think Mr. Fredericks needs to start recording what's actually going on here. Remember, it's the people that put our trust in you. So instead of bashing them, it's a rally to really push that today, in this day and age. You hear that a lot. I pray with some of you. So remember that. Remember all those young moms, those single moms that cannot get child support but have to go to work every day. And when they get there, they put it like the mean girl society or the good old boys system. Even dads have to go through that too. And all they want to do is support their families. Be good in their communities. So maybe you guys can take a look at your little bighorn budget, maybe cut that. Look at your cell phones. You all, when I worked with Leah, my supervisor had told me, oh, don't expect to get a program cell phone. We pay you a good enough salary, you can do a prepaid. And that was fine. They have prepaids that you can get them up to $65. Same thing that pay for our plan. Or they're giving out some free ones over by Mission reviews over there. But think of how much money you're giving to AT&T, Verizon, whoever. Those dollars can be going back to our tribe, to law enforcement. They're in dire need. So maybe you can receive some things here and help your tribal directors, program directors, whatever. That would be an awesome thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. questions?
Thank you, Sharon.
We'll move on to land and natural. You want to start with the ones in your packet?
I thought Ben.
Oh, Ben and Michelle.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Again, was a kind of an eye opener. Thank you, Sharon, for giving that, addressing that to us. I mean, that's where we have to start, I guess, realizing the importance of our tribe and to be proud of where we're at and stuff. So those are the things that I always want to emphasize here on tribal council. But at the same time, too, I guess in some of these, this resolution, the 56 from judiciary, last week there was a community member, tribal member that came in and expressed her concern about the, I guess, MOU, I think, between the GFP and the police department. So, you know, I think she needs some answers about where we're going with that, because she had some concerns about her, I don't know if it's her relative of some sort that's with GFP and they're detailed over it. I know you mentioned that earlier, last time about it. So I'm just kind of wondering if that would still be into play, I guess, because she was concerned about that. I don't know.
No, that it's changed.
Okay, yeah, so that was just kind of concerning, because I know they're trying to do an MOU right now for it, and that was going to be brought up on it. So, but the other thing is this MOU with the specialized task force with the judiciary, I was kind of concerned because we had some questions, well, there were some motions that were made several months back about having something to do with a plan of how he's going to get some more officers and things to that effect. Is this addressing that? Is it addressing that? And if so, then a response to our motion should probably be coming into play. So this is a response to a motion that we made here on council about either retaining officers or getting more officers. This should be maybe a solution to it, and maybe he should respond back to us saying that this is the solution. But I do feel behind closed doors are going to say, oh, well, we'll just throw them this and let them deal with it. But so I'm just curious if this is going to be a solution
We're
or,
talking about the judiciary resolution.
yeah, the one with the MOU.
Michelle was in her motion to,
To get back to Eric.
yeah, so
Yep.
we can address those issues.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just hoping that he would, because we did make motions
He
here.
hasn't seen the resolution either, so.
So, yeah, I'm just curious, because it was sent here from the council's standpoint to the police department about getting some kind of a action plan, I think, something to
That's what
help
we're
out.
working on.
Yeah, so that, is this a response to it, to us? It is?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
But obviously it was recommended up from judiciary committee.
Yeah.
And Eric hasn't seen it, that's why we withdrew the motion to approve it, so we can get it.
Okay, so I'm just kind of curious, I mean, yeah, just have to say it, because it was on here, so I'm just putting it out there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know, because when I sent off that white letter either, so that's why the motion was made, for me to go ahead and draft the letter.
Okay. Thank you.
Without the resolution. Mike, or Michelle?
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon, for your words, and I just want to respond really quickly with, I know you came to committee at one time and you were really, pushing forward that MOU with US Marshals. You kind of wanted it to happen because of the crime rate happening in your community as well. And judiciary looked it over, council looked it over, it went back to judiciary, it came back to council, and now it's going back again because of the wording in it. And I don't know if you looked at the MOU or if you've seen it, but council has some issues with it. And if that MOU is approved, it doesn't mean that we're gonna have more officers patrolling. It just means they're coming in to arrest violent criminals and they're taking them. So it doesn't give us more boots on the ground, basically. And then it also doesn't allow for our police department or the tribe to oversee them. They're just pretty much gonna be running around on the reservation. Did I respond to that?
Eric.
We never got to see the actual, how it was drafted up. I never got a copy of it. Didn't have a community meeting yet. And we understand that. So one of the issues with that is, with them coming on here, because we have so many people stateside who have warrants regarding pertaining to drugs. And you could talk to Saddlemeyer, you could talk to the Steve DeNoyer, Crumley, Antman, JJ, all these people. And, you also at the same time have people who owe child support to their children. So as long as all these people are on our side, on these lands, the state cannot touch them. So basically, we're harboring all the stateside drug dealers because nobody can touch
And the
them.
MOU won't allow for them to step in for those reasons either.
If they have, I thought if they have warrants, where they're able to.
It's for violent, it's just for strictly limited to violence.
Well, look at all the violence and all the missing that is happening now. Either
Yeah.
way,
And then also, I just wanted to say that we do try to help and we do try to assist in any way that we can, but we can't help with stuff that we're not made aware of. There's a lot of things that don't make it to us. They don't tell us that there's only 2 officers on duty. We don't know about that. We hear it from the public. We hear it from, I mean, it's just, there's so much that there's lack of communication and we hear it second, third hand. So, I mean, we're doing what we can, but we can only work with what we know.
so maybe there again, because I heard someone here talk about communication, that's something maybe you guys need to really start. Your sheriff needs to start communicating that with all of you.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, where is our chair? You know, it's real disheartening, and I don't want to be saying that or asking those questions, but I guess basically she's the only one that has those answers for the people, but we haven't heard from her. You know, we see all of you guys going on travel to advocate for a lot of the stuff, but there again, we don't hear back from any of that. So that's real disheartening. And you know, sitting there it's a hard job. I mean, you guys all have to live in a glass house, basically.
Yeah.
Because you have people like me in the community complaining and getting upset because there are things there that nobody's paying attention to.
Well, I personally, I'm thankful that you come here and you address these things because we can say it, but it just goes unheard as well.
And when
So,
you think about that, we have all the resources right here.
and then as far as the funding, the money is there for the police department. They have money. They're not lacking money. They actually have extra carryover, but
They probably need housing, you know, things like that, you know, how are, you know, I heard someone talk about, some kind of a plan for whatever, you know, why are we not offering those types of things? But, you know, it's just, like I said, you know, we have the resources here, we have the educated people to do that. But why is it not working for us? Maybe we need to find a new way to operate it, I don't know.
yeah. I
I know we
appreciate
have our
that.
university here, you know, it's graduated so much of our tribal members. We have educated tribal members here. Why are we not utilizing them? Why is somebody else doing that for us? That's what you guys are saying here. But thank you, you know, thank you for listening to me and, you know, maybe, I mean, just find another direction and
Yeah,
try to make the shoe fit, I guess.
that's why I said, I appreciate you coming here and
Thank you.
appreciate your work, so
Thank you
thank
for
you.
listening to me.
Thank you. And then, Madam Chair, I just want to go back to the letter on here, and also on that resolution too, it, has the chief of police, his title is administrator on here, and I don't know why, but if we can have that changed.
Yeah, there is. You guys want to work on drafting it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wanted to bring it forward.
Because it was in the resolution.
It's on the resolution too, I don't know why she's calling him administrator, but, yeah, thank you.
In the resolution. Emily,
Thank you, Council. Thank you so much, Shannon. I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate, just kind of echoing what Michelle said. It's really hard for us to kind of be everywhere at once, and so, to hear from our people is important. But I also just wanted to stress the importance of ideas or anything that we can get from our people on how we can do better at the communication point. Because as long as I've been on council, that has been one of the biggest issues, is not only how we communicate to our people, but how we get that information back from our people and how we want to voice for them. And so if you in your community have any ideas, or if we can improve some of our areas, our policies on how we're already doing meetings, those are the types of things that I really would like to hear.
you have all that.
But aside from that, I also just wanted to say the reason why I'm stressing the importance of the communication is because sometimes it puts us in different directions when really we're all working towards the same thing. I genuinely know your concern and everything are so valid, it's because you care. And I also know that people sitting around here care just as much. And so it just becomes a matter of we have maybe different information than you have, and that's the type of thing that I want to be able to, make that gap smaller or eliminate that gap altogether. Because if you have the information we have, then we would all be working towards the same goal. Like how you gave me these great ideas of how we could do better smart spending. That's so important all the time, but especially now when our funding is so limited. So something that they're saying over there is we have the funding there. There's actually millions of dollars unbudgeted that are just sitting there for our PD, which is why we asked for plans. Because when I first got on here, I was so motivated that I just wanted to help. But that help came across as she's coming on too hot and heavy and she just wants to take over. So I had to reel myself back. But the fact of it is there is an area for improvement. All of us, every single one of us, but especially our departments, we can always improve. And so that's why if we want to help, we have to see what the plans are. Not because every plan is perfect, but because those plans in there tell what we have, what we should have, and what steps they are identifying for us to fix. And then as leaders, it's our job to make those actions to either find the funding, build capacity, build partnerships, however we have to do to enact that plan for our department. But if we don't have a plan, if we don't have anybody actively wanting to conversate with us, then we're kind of guessing, we're in the dark, kind of like how you come in here with only half information, that's how we are, trying to make our decisions with only half information. And so it's really, really important for us sitting here that we find better ways to communicate that information to and from our people. And I don't know, like you said, so much amazing and important information, I didn't know if you just wanted to inform us, or if you want to have a conversation, or how you wanted to do it, because I think a lot of people have so much information and we say it, but we don't necessarily have a mechanism for how to enact it or how to create action or change from that. And I'll just say this, change is needed, but change is messy. And sometimes the very things that we say we want change, when we get it, it's not how we imagined or envisioned it's gonna look like, and so we fight against it. And I really feel if we could all be on the same table, having these hard conversations, knowing that we're all working towards a common goal, then it's going to get better. But if we're always saying we want change, and then when change happens, nobody's aware of what's going on, so change looks different and change looks wrong sometimes. So that's why I just really want to stress that. I know there's so much good in our people, and I just don't know how to get us to move through the territorialness or the silo-ness of this is mine and that's yours, when this is all of ours. Education is all of ours. Law enforcement is all of ours. This body right here is all of ours. It wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for our people. So I just want to stress that we really need to come together. And I do have a couple of things that I hope we can discuss, but I just don't know if today's the day to do it. But she has made some very, very valid points, and I hope that we can hear them and then do something with them that makes meaningful change. Like, I don't know what it is, but maybe we're allowing our tribal members to join Zoom meetings, community meetings. I don't know what that looks like. I'm just trying to throw ideas out there because that's something that's really needed right now is our people's voice into us, but also our information out to our people before these big decisions are made so that our people truly understand we're doing this for all of us, not just me sitting here in the seat for my paycheck, but for the future and for all of our people. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm the natural. I'm the natural. Emily. Hey.
Take your breath.
I noticed we have other guests here. Do you guys need to be on the agenda today, or are you just here visiting or listening in?
We've already approved our agenda. Is that with Mike? What's that? You sit on the SGU board, is this?
I do also, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm our actual tribal council seat on the SGU board, which is why I was asking. I didn't know if they had made a request to be here, or if we needed to make time for them, but I just don't like it when our guests are kind of sitting here and I didn't know if they get to come on or not.
We don't have the SGU on our agenda.
Is it SGU? Is it SGU?
I'm assuming it is the board from SU, but I'm assuming. Are you guys a tribal member?
I'm a tribal member,
Or no?
and I needed to tell you, I did come to express concerns last time to the board, to the personnel committee, and I've been told that that's a violation of SGU's ethical conduct, 2 points of it, and that if I do it again, I will be terminated. So I have a lot of concerns to make, to be spoken, but at the risk of losing my job, I cannot address them today or ever, according to them.
I can offer
You
that.
should be aware of that too, because obviously I came to the board meeting on Friday, and to try to address these concerns, I was told I could not be talked to for the lawyers. I sat out there while you guys were in executive session. I asked if I could come in if I was the topic. I wasn't invited in, and yet that's what I came back and was told. I could not be talked about. What was really disheartening was sitting out there for those extended periods of time, every time you went into executive session, and hearing you guys laughing up there. That was really disheartening. I just wanted to let people know.
Offer that we are having a rescheduled education board meeting, hopefully on Wednesday. So I can offer, if you want to try to get on the agenda that way, I don't know what else.
If I could speak, I would speak today, but I've been told if I do it again, bring anything to the board, even as a tribal member, that I will be terminated.
Board action.
No, that was not a board action. This is a personnel issue, and so
Oh, okay.
we should not be hearing that at all.
Okay.
I hate to say that, but the grievance policy, if there is going to be a grievance, has not started yet, and so for us to hear it prior to any of that, it would kind of mess up
Yeah.
that. So I'm assuming that's why but I was not there when I had to leave early, and so I was on the phone, so I didn't get to hear what the actual.
And I wasn't there either.
Then maybe we get the floor. Any instructions?
Is it personnel or are you?
I'm not sure what she wants to talk about. I'm assuming it's.
I would, at least initially, I would recommend that we're gonna have the discussion, I kind of get a gist of, what your concern might be. We probably could do it in executive discussion.
Is it over your employment status or any type of human resources issues?
Well, I'm not sure
It's-
about.
There's several issues in general that we need to talk about. Concerns with contracts, with the grievance policy, which we've had training on, and which we keep getting told about, and which people have tried to follow and then been denied their grievance process. I was at the board to try to bring that attention to the board on Friday. And again, I was told I could not speak. So I'm probably going to be fired for standing up here now. So I can go with that. But our grievance policy is one of the issues that we have there. They're not following policy. Flat out, they're not following that policy. They're not following due process in terms of personnel actions. And that is a very big issue. I think I could name probably 8 people. I will give you this example. On Friday, the CFO gave an audit report that was welcomed by that board. She was given a letter of termination that night.
Okay, I'm gonna have to, these are going into HR issues, so we're gonna have to have discussion on this.
I'm giving that as an example of my failure to follow a due process.
As a member of the board for the last several years, ever since Mr. Ward was fortunate in life, it's been a difficult time, from my perspective anyway, sitting on the board and not really, and trying to maintain that distance as a board member between, the everyday activities over there. I'd be the first one to admit that it's been a rocky road, full of challenges, you know, and whatnot. But the one thing that it comes to my mind, first and foremost, is the survival of the institution itself. Controversy, when we have problems, legitimate problems, sure. When we have issues such as, you know, a perceived lack of proper grievance procedures, policies, and whatnot. I will defend the board over there when it comes to their concern and interest in a functional grievance process that is satisfactory to everybody. In other words, you know, it has been a difficult, you know, grievance thing is always difficult, anywhere you go, you know, because it has to deal with decisions that are made, and people are not always, you know, happy with the outcome. But that no matter where you are, that's, you know, that's kind of the nature of that. But and we've been through leadership uncertainty and instability, I guess, that has led to instability, whatnot. I even perceive myself a atmosphere of old guard, new guard, if I can put it that way. Not that there's anything wrong with that. People who have been there for a long time, and people who have, you know, are relatively newcomer relative to the people that have been there for a long time. And that kind of creates sometimes in any institution a sense of distrust, dismay, change, brings about change. Change is always not, you know, change can be scary. But, yeah, getting back to my first concern is, you all know that anything in, now this is just my own, just me talking. When it comes to our institutions, particularly our educational institutions, we have to keep in mind, first and foremost, that it is our young people, our students, that are getting their education in these institutions, that they're entitled to feel, as much as possible, comfortable and assured, you know, that there isn't a lot of turmoil. That can be very distracting. Disagreements that we have, differences of opinion, sometimes can get intense and emotional. I understand that. That's the way it is. But those kind of things can lead to, they can have destructive consequences, particularly on the ones that are most innocent here. And again, that's the students and the young people. You keep that in mind when we're talking about these institutions of education. First and foremost, it's the safety of those institutions as they exist. They're not perfect, probably never will be, and there's always room for improvement. But when problems come into this room, we need to be mindful of our responsibility to not let things get corrosive and destructive. I mean, for the same reason that we don't like to see dysfunction within a family because it affects children. I kind of make a comparison there in my mind. Say that, if we're going to discuss anything today, I presume that if there is a need to get into, needs to be said, what needs to be said, that we don't do it in public, at least not at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Bolts. With all due respect, I see your frustrations. But anything regarding human resources or personnel or grievances does not come on this floor because of the process. And if there's an error in the process right now, you can go to the education committee or board of regents need to make some time to hear them out.
It is not that we are trying to endanger the institution. We are seeing it torn apart. And I am coming forward because I'm seeing that. I'm seeing how it affects our students, our programs that we're trying to offer, our accreditation. I see all of that. We see all of that. There's quite a few of us, but we are in fear for our jobs. That is how it has gotten toxic over there. Take a look at our turnover. Take a look at the people who have left. Not just tribal members or non-tribal members, people who have been there for a long time, who have put a lot into that and are still there because we're there for the students, because we're there for Sinte. It is not something that we want to have. We don't want to close that place down. But it seems like every time we try to take it through proper channels, we get shut down. We have our words weaponized against us as if we're the ones who are at fault for it. We get scolded in meeting after meeting after meeting where we try to bring questions forward to have a discussion. And that's what we just have to sit there and listen to, is to be scolded about all this, about following proper procedures, about communication, about Wolakota, when that is not what is happening. Trying to talk, I've been trying to talk through the proper channels. A lot of people have been trying to talk and communicate, and we get no response back, or a totally unwanted response back. That is what I'm trying to bring to here. You are a charting organization. We need your support because we're blocked from getting to you guys, from talking to you guys. There's so much going on that you say you need to be aware of, and it's not being brought up here. I'm not sure it's even going to our board of regents. And that's why I went to that meeting, to try to bring it up to them. We are not being heard. We are being scolded. And I think that needs to stop. Like Emily said, we're all here, we all care. We need more communication. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Maurice. I have Emily Ben Royal.
I just want to quickly say, these types of discussions are a little bit harder for me because I am one to always want to be open and just transparent with our people. When you're talking about things like this where it messes in with employees and rights and, policies and procedures, it gets a little bit messy for me, which is why I always go back to what the policy and what, that type of stuff. So I just want to say, I'm not in any way trying to stifle anybody's voice. I just want to follow a policy because like I said before, Not only do we enforce our laws and our policies, but we also create them. And so that's a balance that's on us to find. If our policies are no longer servicing us or the needs that they were there for, then it's also our job to change them or amend them. But we have to understand why it was put in place, why it's not working, to even understand how a change could even be positive or effective. I also just want to say in general, there is a lot going on with our university. There has been a lot going on with the university. There's been actually probably a decade of, I don't want to call it true chaos, but I don't know what other word to call it because it was in limbo for a while there. And because of that, we did not have favorable audits all the time. We did not have favorable HLC reports all the time. This is no secret to everybody. I do hope that we can have maybe a set aside at the end of this month or the beginning of July to get all of this out on the table. The reason why we haven't brought any of the HLC stuff officially because our HLC report still is not complete. And the reason why is because there's multi-stages in that. It goes back and forth several times. And that back and forth has actually been really positive for the university. We were able to find documentation that actually moved us up the ladder rather than down negatively. So we are actually hopefully going to be getting a more favorable report here than was intentionally initially thought. And those are the words from the HLC people themselves, not our local people. So there is a lot of work being done. There is a lot of change being done. But some of those HLC reports and audits showed some areas that we were lacking. And when you look into something, sometimes it's uncovering a lot more than you ever saw. What do they say? When you pull out that thread, be careful. That's what's going on. I can't sit here and tell the level of details that you all deserve while we're on air. But I am going to say a little bit because our people need to know. This is not anything personal. This is not a vendetta against any group or individual people. This is to save our university for our students and our future and to uphold why it was even created in the whole reason for all of this. I cannot talk about the details while we're on air. If council does have any questions specific, I think we can do that in the executive session and I can answer some questions that way. But I would just strongly ask that if there is any level of communication that should happen, that we go back to either our education committee and have it there. And if anything needs to be referred back up to council, I would ask that we follow that proper chain, just because not following things is what got us in here. Like she mentioned, the grievance policy, that was some of our biggest findings, because either we didn't have it or it was just a lot of gray areas. And so these are things that we are correcting. And sometimes correction is change, and change is not all the time exactly how we envisioned it. So again, there's a lot more that does need to be discussed. There's a lot more information that was just presented today that you don't have a full story on. So again, I would just caution all of us to maybe refrain from making total judgment until we're able to have all information and have a true discussion on this. But it is important. Thank you.
Ben.
Well, thank you. I guess just a brief discussion on this too. I mean, I guess I was brought up here at the beginning of our meeting about, again, well, transparency, but also at the same time communication. I have myself received letters. We all have received letters from SGU about some issues that are going on over there. When they came and did their annual report, it was everything is going great, we're moving forward with stuff, and that didn't tell me, like, oh, all this other stuff. But I mean, I guess to me, we're all being paid to do a job, and there's always somebody above somebody that has to make sure that there's accountability no matter what. And also at the same time too, to make sure things are going, no matter whether you like them or not, it still has to be, there's a policy in place here that you still have to follow. So to me, seeing a lot of these letters, a lot of these tribal members and also employees that are not being, I guess, given that proper, fair guidance because they disagreed with something, right off the bat, they go off emotions and think, well, you don't like me, so I'm gonna get rid of you. But I always, no matter what, I'm a big stickler about our committees and the people that sit on those committees to make sure to make the right decision, and at the same time too, make sure there's accountability within their programs to address these types of issues. And I believe we're failing at that, at everything. So not only, SGU, I know IHS has quite a bit of stuff. I know other programs have a lot of issues and we're still trying to get that. I mean, we just dealt with a couple of resolutions where we're having issues with. So to me, it's really kind of tough when we have tribal members that come and express their concern and also their frustration about what's happening and the process they're going through. And I feel that everything that we should be doing is helping them and also guide them. And sometimes, again, there's two sides to the story. I know sometimes maybe if there was some issues that prevented them from moving forward, or maybe even their employment being terminated, there's a reason behind it. So make that reason known, not just around behind closed doors. You just, say, oh, we have to get rid of her today. No, that doesn't work that way. I mean, to me, I'm a big sticker about transparency. I mean, if somebody's doing something that they shouldn't be doing, or if there's something that's going on, then let them know about it. Or, that's what we're having trouble with, our casino, everything else. I'm always one of these ones that make sure that the process is being followed. If it's not, then somebody's failing it. And we apologize to a family that came here, I think at the beginning of this year, because the policy wasn't followed and nobody was willing to step up to let them know what was going on. And so they came here. And I apologize for that, because it was something that's why we put these people in these places, no matter what. Board of Regents, how do you get on that? I mean, who's involved in that? Who's supposed to be, I guess, overseeing that stuff? I mean, we're all buddy system, especially I know, Mike, you've been on there for years, I mean, there's got to be six years. So, I mean, something has to be at least fixed, or maybe continue to make sure that it's being fixed. And I understand that. I will put it back to that process of what they should be going through. But I'm just making sure that, our tribal employees that put time and effort in there to make sure that, it's being run the way it should be run, and I guess they get a lot of issues thrown at them no matter what. So those are just my thoughts on what's going on. Because again, the IHS is the same boat. I mean, there's other programs in the same boat that we're dealing with, that people have left that because they feel that it's going down. So I'm just making sure that we are making sure we cover everything no matter what. It's really hard that it has to come here right now. It should have gone through that process and then here. Because again, you're tribal members, and we got to make sure that we address these concerns and issues, especially with our programs, our chartered entities. So these are just things I guess I got to just speak up on. Otherwise, again, I wouldn't be doing my job as elected person in here. So that was just my thoughts on it, and I want to make sure that we address what we can as we move forward with this. So again, I feel going back to where it should be, and hopefully get straightened out then. If not, then yes, I'm all open to see what we can do to help as we move forward. But thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ben.
accreditation head. What is the head? Your copy. Tita company lela wala ko na ogana tua board yung copy head. Wala ko to. Na Nere bulukta lel whilst the wakata ki head chom na le ho head degree chum yaka ta company head degree ki head le oashi ichukupi na ta tukte iyak te ki head le degree kata na he ogana Mija he wave black cash ogana le board ki takuchi wogla ka kha na le ho khi ogana naik ko pita kha het kata oblaka che just briefly the way I see it, the university thank you, Councilwoman Boyd, for spending on that education for students, people who pursue a degree on the res, and then Mike's input. And my questions were people talking on how accreditation And those were kind of my questions on, the college's, accreditation, where it stands so far. Because, again, as a body, we kind of, see how our students, I know, the younger generation. So, Mike, I don't know if you wanna maybe explain a little bit on how far, accreditation and, what the stand is so far as, accreditation issues and how far it's gone, as far as, what's been spoken about from our past, chairwoman or, the president to accreditation issues and things that were spoken throughout that term. So here we're gonna walk out, I think, though. I'll say that much. Loyal.
Emily. You want to go ahead? Oh, I.
No, I'll defer to Emily on that. Don't respond to Royal's question. Defer.
I'll add something and then he might have more of the history to back that up. I just wanted to, again, generally talk about, since he's talking about the accreditation. So SGU is just at the end of a 10-year accreditation cycle. So they came 10 years ago, were put on some, type of monitoring stuff, and here we are at the end of that. And because not all of those monitorings were done because of COVID and, change in management, there's a lot of reasons why that didn't happen. But because of that, we were facing some accreditation stuff. So now, right now, the status of it is we are still on the back and forth. We're supposed, I apologize, I don't have that date, but in June here, sometime towards the end of June, we should have that official report back to us. From then, they'll tell us what it is. So the worst case scenario that could happen right now is that the university would be put on probation. We would still retain our accreditation at that point. So we are not at risk of losing accreditation right now. If we are put on probation, it could be a various degree of how that looks, depending on which one, there's some different standards in there. So we still don't even know what that's gonna look like yet. As soon as we do, we will definitely, it's a public document, but we will definitely be doing the outreach in the public on how we can do that. For right now, for our students and for our staff and just anybody who cares about the university, we are not at risk of losing our accreditation right now. Like I mentioned earlier, with this round of back and forth that we had from the original to now, we've actually found lots of documents that were either submitted incorrectly, or the wrong one was submitted, or we just didn't have the right ones. And so because we've now got the right document submitted, it actually is lowering our level of potential probation or whatever that's gonna look like. I can't remember how many steps, but we aren't even to the middle of the step for full losing accreditation. So although it is not the best thing to be put on these types of things, I am trying to find the positive in it. And I kind of look at it like how when we get an audit back, and an audit might not have findings, but it gives you suggestions on things. So that's kind of what we did, is they did the work for us by identifying some weak spots that we had, and now it's up to our amazing staff out there to address those either by policy creation or something similar to that. So that's where we are as far as the HLC report and that end of that 10-year cycle.
Mary.
And I take it.
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry, Mike and then Mary.
Yeah, if I could just add to what Emily said. From what I've been, what I've learned or told, is that at this stage, as Emily indicated, probation is the worst thing that can happen. And historically, SU has been on probation before. That's not necessarily a death. Not necessarily a death knell. Worst case scenario is that we are going to be put. They're going to be watching us. Let's put it that way. Okay, whatever that means. That's not a on the scale of severity in terms of endangering your accreditation. That's really short of being perfect, it's a hell of a lot better than being on probation. And while HLC initially had a lot of observations and concerns when they made their visit, I've been told that we prepared responses to those concerns. We presented them personally at a hearing in, was it Chicago, in April. We were required to go up there and present a document outlining, how we were going to deal with all these concerns, and that meeting went quite well. HLC was quite satisfied that they were confident that we're going to be able to get our housekeeping chores cleaned up. So that's kind of where it's at. But I want to say something else. One of the criticisms that when I first got appointed to the board by Lionel, actually, that's how I got on there. Lionel asked me to sit on there, and the board at that time appointed me. There was an HLC visit. It wasn't a 10-year thing, but it was an HLC visit, kind of a cursory examination. And one of the things one of the concerns at HLC is, and it was manifested in their latest visit by them, is the fact that there were 2 or 3 tribal council representatives sitting on the board. And from the day that I first got on the board, I would hear concerns from HLC that when it comes to tribal government representatives sitting on the board, they were HLC a little bit leery of that. Why? I can only surmise that maybe it's because tribal colleges across the country sometimes have problems because of politics, the interference of politics and whatnot. I can only surmise that, So now, here we are, talking about what's going on in SGU. And HLC, if their representative was sitting here right now, he might start be getting a little bit nervous, because of tribal government interference in SGU. Right or wrong, that's just the way they look at it. So I just wanted to share that with you. We need to be careful when it comes to HLC's oversight, how tribal government interacts with the university in terms of policy, governance, anything else. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
I'd like to give the floor for a pending member. There are no objections. Any objections? Okay.
Ja, nie wiem, czy życia było. Ja chcę grzybka i macza. Widzę, że czat na wór. A ty jak jest skala dyta. De uspę mokaty, a i Bóg taka, kiedy odsoka i hehani. I właśnie pisze. Johannes hiena. Ojaty ubogla pina, uspę mokaty, kiedy Ужишицка, понятие, когда атан, а хиппи. Вылюка вода, когда токха. Эма хет токха. Вылюка и хектакя, и моки чигла капина, тошке чабе, вон смокатя, когда ояты игна хикида, а кей мунки когда капто хеча. Eu can dar com uma aistam que é chanu com vontade aqui de aí põe o can é baixar de alpino o alpino cogata via alpino o chave dar com uma carrinha energia que é o já está aqui a I chcieli czasami, tak jak to na tym, wina, montaży, gadapi, pasztek, na tym pije jak pasztek.
chapi paja. Oh. Let's see, I gave us a roll. Did we take a speak?
Yes, it is. Heard.
I think you guys need to get yourself an interpreter. So when we come to speak, you'll hear us.
It's not in the bylaws.
I want to come and say something about the institution that's been in discussion today. My father, Stanley Redford Sr., was instrumental in starting the first Rosebud College, community college. It seems that we've lost our way. There's a policy and procedure that's been talked about. The policy and procedure that was in place at the university was crumpled and thrown in a circular file. We need to dig that out and to see how this institution came to be here on the Sichangu Onyanke. I see that sign up there. That gives me hope. Sichangu Lakota Oyate instead of Rosebud Sioux tribe. So I hope I'm talking to the Sichangu Oyate. We need to have confidence in our own people. This institution has been in existence for over 50 years now. And we've accumulated all that knowledge that our grandparents told us to strive for. Because we can't fight in battle with our weapons. They know that when we do, we kick butt. So today we're going to use the paper. We're going to use the law. The Chanupa has 14 laws. And for the Sichangu Oyate, these are the laws that we should be practicing to instill into our policies, to carry out. We have a committee to enforce, an education committee here that was supposed to enforce the policies and procedures. And it wasn't done. That's why the institution is in a mess that it's in now. We're not being listened to. We're being pushed aside and let somebody else handle our situation. If we're a Sichangu and if we're going to do this, we need to manage our own affairs. What's wrong with this? I'd like to ask each of you, the council reps, do you know how many able-bodied men are in your community that can police the community? Ask the people. Ask us. We can help. We've been in the military. We know what's going on. We want to protect our treaty. So when we raise our hand for the tribe, it should be for our treaties instead of the Constitution. If we want to be sovereign, this is what we should be doing. So let's follow Dakota protocol. This is who we are. Or at least I hope we are. The full-bloods, we're still here. And we have a voice. And we're the ones that are sovereign. us help. Instead of trying to banish us. Take what land we have left that we're managing for our families. We don't want to end up homeless. Let's turn this RRA around to serve the way out there. Last time I was here, I was asking help for my house. It hasn't been looked at since I don't know when, since it was built. The gentleman over here was asking for water to his house. Probably still hasn't gotten it yet. Or maybe it's not on the development plan that RRA has. Some foreign people came. They looked at my house and said, what's wrong? How come your house is in disarray like this? How come it's not getting help? I said, I put in applications. Well, maybe it's because I'm not on council list. So I got a roof from Italy. You imagine that? Not from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. When you got all that money, ARPA money, where did it all go? We have a lot of questions out there. Sundances are coming up. Well, we're going to be running to Sundances. Our flag, some little pumpkin. For what? Let's be Dakota and help each other. Instead of trying to make categories or labels. If you want to go there and label us full-bloods and say, well, let's make two parties then, two memberships, Class A and Class B. This is the thing. We care for you. We care for everybody. We sit quietly hoping that you would help or do something for the nation. Instead, you're trying to take what land we have left and banish us. It's not going to work. If a government, an institution, doesn't serve the people, and the people are suffering from that body, it's up to the people to come and change that body so that people can be served. I heard Representative Mike over here talk about land. Said, oh, we said there's Indian operators over there. We saw how good they were doing, so we wanted a piece of that, and we took a piece. And that's true. That's the honest truth I've heard coming from this body for a long time. Hoping that you next time I come, I'm going to fight for my land. What my grandfathers did, a little big one, to strip the ground. I'm going to stand my ground here. That's putting you on notice.
Oh, yeah. Di kala luta. Lea mo hoki chako, yeah, woki la chicha mo. Le, okay, blow, tak on how that's not. Etyczna will. Dakota hunta pääs hohtelteksi. Twili hetchel i tjuntesni. Ja halen oni japsni hecha i brukjana mira hieni lel chakchala. Makakina takuku kitas compass kamanale almost a year yaki. Okjapsni keina ha hieni masamen krina umakjap. Enna hedgetysni. Enna lilla lakota gene dat khogya. Am gawa kokta. That's cut. What I was saying is I'm thanking Mr. Redbird for stopping in and giving us advice. We need to listen. People are like that out there. We're too consumed ourselves, or we don't listen to people like that. And I've always said that. We're a tribal government that's supposed to help our Oyate people, but we're trying to become somebody that we're not. That's why we're lost. We don't have any direction because we're trying to be people that we're not. I'll listen to people when they come and visit. And I agree that when visitors come, we should listen to them. They're the ones that elected us. If they have concerns, heck with the agenda. We should put them on. Listen to them. We put ourselves in a little security bubble and we don't want anybody to break that bubble. I got a lot of opinions on lack of law enforcement, but I'm going to keep that to myself until the time's appropriate. But one issue I got regarding law enforcement, what are we doing when it's coming to recruiting and retaining? It's just like everything else. We're just sitting there acting helpless when we can't help ourselves. SGU should have started a police cadet program. We should have the Oyate people, just like what he said. The men folks should stand up and start helping out too. But the Washitus, they made us so dependent that we don't do anything. We just sit there and hold our hands up. We can't help ourselves.
So, you ladies want to go back to the education committee?
That was my original intent, and
Okay.
just that they were rescheduled the day I came over.
Okay.
And so the
Is there-
personnel committee asked me if
is
I
there
would
an
like
extra
to talk
rescheduled date?
Wednesday.
Wednesday? Okay. Refer to the, go ahead and go to the education committee on Wednesday.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Or Sherry?
Okay with council?
Any objections? Any objections?
Madam President, Madam Vice President, Board, Tribal Council, all those that are watching out in the beautiful land of the Sichamba Nation. I'm Catherine Jerry Boy, and I'm not a tribal member. My late husband, Willard Pipeboy, was from Old Ring Thunder. He would say to you, I'm sued by dissemination. So we have a son who graduated from SGU. And I came today, I just wanted to be clear why I'm here so there's no questions. I came today because a little over a week ago, I was asked to come to the Education Committee meeting. And a few of us showed up and the committee didn't meet. The Personnel Commission was meeting and they asked us to stay. And so we stayed and we presented. Thank you, Marion, for the invitation. We stayed and we presented because we were asked to. Subsequent to that, Maurice has been put on, what's it called? I don't know. She can't go to work for 3 days. And today's the last day and the contracts are due and she can't be working, and so she didn't get a contract anyway. But I came to the tribal council today because at the end of the personnel commission, my concerns for SGU run very deep. I came out of retirement to come back here. This has been my home off and on for 50 years. I came back to give back to the people in the way that I knew I could. Because in my heart, I am a teacher. It's my gift. And I thank Tukashila for that. And I came back to give back just a little bit because I've been given so much from this community. My husband and my son and my other 2 children over 50 years. So at the end of the meeting with the Personnel Commission, I am so disturbed and upset with what's going on at SGU. SGU has a charter from this tribe. The organizational chart starts at the bottom with those of us that are at the bottom, up to the mid-management, up to the management, and then the president, and then the tribe, and then the people. That's our chain of command. And so in my concern for our students, because of the current situation at SGU, we are losing faculty. So you can talk HLC all you want, but if there aren't faculty there to teach students, you're not going to have a college. And the morale on that campus cannot be lowered. I came to a campus that was very vibrant. I've been back here. We came back every summer. I go out to campus. Singers would be singing. It was absolutely fabulous. You don't see anybody out there now. A lot of fear going on. I don't have to worry because I've already been fired on grounds that are illegal, against the EOC regulations, against my human rights. So I've been fired, so I can speak. They can't do anything more to me. But I am concerned that you, as a tribal government, to me, that college is a Sichamu tribal college. That's what it is. And I won't say any more because I don't want to compromise anyone who's sitting at this table. I have deep respect for the tribe. And I really care about your students. I really deeply care. And the last thing I'm going to say is that a few weeks ago, when I was still employed, there was a all-staff meeting. And the interim president at that time got up and said, one of the first things that was said was, I believe in the chain of command. My spirit, which I think is Dakota, I hope I don't offend you by saying that. My spirit said, my way is the Chamumba. That's it. Something needs to be done.
Council, I'm gonna break for lunch. Actually, yeah, I gotta go meet with them, so we'll break for lunch for an hour right now from 12. You got it.
So, yeah, high on air.
Can you see a fair shirt? council, go and get started. Emily, look out that land in that. Uh-oh.
I also, Skylar brought hers down too, whenever we're done already. Okay. I think Mr. Woodman has some that he's passed out. I'm gonna start with him, so get him on his way. And then we'll go through the folder after that. Council, we were supposed to have a Land and Natural Resources Committee meeting today, but because it's council, we had a, resolution that needed to come through. It is time sensitive regarding some funding, so I'm just gonna ask if you to review it here at council level to get it moved forward for them. So there could be a motion for emergency legislation.
Motion by emergency from Emily, is there a second? By Ben, question by Marion. All in favor?
That's what
ten, ten,
Not vote, or opposed?
0,
Not voting,
1.
and 0.
What number?
What's the number?
141. Motion to approve 26-141.
141, motion by Emily, is there a second? Second. Mike?
Okay, motion for, so far, whereas. I'll start the third one. Whereas RSC Solid Waste Department is responsible for administering IHS solid waste related projects throughout the Rosebud Reservation area. This includes procuring engineering services and administering funds from the advertisements to bids, awards, and through direct IHS payment. And whereas IHS has allocated funds prioritized to the Sanitation Deficiency System, SDS, for providing design services, preparation of construction documents, and construction administration services for a new solid waste operations building, cold storage, and a tire and light waste shredder. And whereas advertisement RB 2026-RFP-1 resulted in 2 qualified bids. Houston Engineering Inc. for $120,000 and KLJ for $256,671. And whereas the selected qualified bid was Houston Engineering in the amount of $120,000. And whereas the selected qualified bid was reviewed by RST Techro, RST Treasurer's Office, IHS DCSC, and RST Solid Waste Department. Oh, we'll scratch that part since it didn't make it to committee. Now therefore be it resolved that the RST Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendation and directs the RST Solid Waste Department to proceed and award the engineering design services for Rosebud Sioux Tribe Solid Waste to Houston Engineering in the amount of $120,000 as amended.
As amended. Any discussion? Mike?
Is there someone here that's going to kind of fill us in on the summary of what this happens and why this, what this entails and why this particular group was chosen? And of course, their bid was half the amount of the other one, the other competitor. So, anyway, just kind of overview.
He's right.
What this contract entails is solid waste needed an engineering firm to help them renew and establish a new solid waste management plan. The old plan was dated back in 2005. So they, when they get this firm will help solid waste, and they'll look at all the future plans, budget, needs, just a new management plan. And when you get the new management plan, then you know how to use that management plan to develop preliminary engineering reports, help with our scoring for something every year. And we advertised for bids back in April, and these were the 2 bids that came in. The back sheet's the scoring sheet. There's up in Aberdeen, probably very easy to.
So so it wasn't just based on the price, it was this for
Yes,
the
that's
also?
the one.
Thank you. Did that help?
Yeah, well, I was noticing, administrative services, construction administrative services for the new solid waste operations building, cold storage building, and a tire and light waste shredder. The building, I understand that, yeah, but,
What?
the tire and light waste shredder, what's the goal there, I guess?
Just real spot, I'll give it, I'll into the details, but they did report at the last land and master meeting that they do have plans out at the landfill. That's why they're stacking, still keeping all of the tires there in hopes that they would get this funding to get that. And then they would be able to use that for, roads and other type of construction type work once they're able to kind of chip that, those tires out.
So what this funding does establishes the new solid waste management plan. You know, list all those new technologies, new processes and stuff. There's none of that's listed in their old.
Okay.
That helps with scoring. And they got copies of both of them. Also prepared.
Could we leave that with the secretary's office and then have those put attached?
Any more discussion? We'll call for the question. Cowboy. All in favor?
Aye,
Opposed?
0,
Not
2.
motion carried.
Okay. Thank you, council. I think the rest of them are in the binder.
Yeah. Is it? They all look like they're emergency.
Start with the top of the stack, if that's okay.
The top one would be,
Actually, let's start from the bottom, because those are the oldest ones. We can go oldest to newest.
the water resources program.
Yep, the bottom one. That's you. Arnold, which one do you do? Does it matter? Or are they all the same?
They're all in the committee.
Hey, they're all the same. The first one's from Natural Resources Committee for First Nations Development Institute grant in the amount of $125,000. We'll start with that one. Does everybody have that one? It's the top one. None of them. If they're out there.
Minus? Motion for emergency. By Emily. Second. Ben. Question. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
So it'd be 142.
Motion to approve 26/142.
For a second? Did you find it? Second, Ben? Second by Ben. Go ahead and read it.
Okay. Okay, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee had reviewed and recommends the Rosebud Tribal Council to approve a grant award for First Nations Development Institute FNDI in the amount of $125,000 under the Stewarding Native Lands Program, funding support from National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and U.S. Forest Service. The grant period is for 25 months, beginning October 15th, 2024, and ending November 30th, 2020. I don't know why that's like that. Whereas the RSP Game Fish and Parks Department shall be responsible for compliance with the terms, conditions, and reporting required by the grant award. And whereas nothing in this grant agreement shall constitute a waiver or arbitration of sovereign immunity or any statutory immunity or a waiver or diminishment of any standing, hunting, or fishing rights. And now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves or adopts and approves the recommendation of the Land and Natural Resources Committee and approves the grant award for First Nations Development Institute in the amount of $125,000. And be it further resolved that the president or their designee is directed and authorized to sign the grant agreement and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Michelle?
I just have a question, why the letter and the grant is back from October of 2024, why are we just not approving it in 2026?
That was my question too, as I was reading it. I don't know if we want to check on those dates or if the money's already here. It looked like that they should have, been doing some activities.
Reporting right now?
Yes, and we're almost to the end of it, so I don't know how we want to proceed with that, or if we want to ask Matt those questions. So there should have been a progress report June 30th of last year, and then another progress report in June 30th of this year, with the final narrative due on or before October 31st.
I wonder if we should get a hold of Matt and ask him, because it sounds like this is almost done.
Should we report to the secretary's office, just give him a call quick and we can come back to it before we leave? I'll look at my notes real quick. Yeah.
Hi, Matt, this is Lisa, Next Council. Hey, we're going over this resolution for the First Nations Development Institute for the $125,000. Did you submit the grant reportings for June of 25? June 30th, 2025, and the progress report? Well, that's,
They extended it to the Forest Service and didn't have any money or anything, so they just moved the grant forward. So then we've changed the expiration date, they extended it to the state extension.
what did they change the date to?
I thought it was 2024.
Did you get the money? Did you guys get the money?
Tell us that we set a meeting, to the Forest Service and FCS for maybe a way to find out what they're going to do. So it's just work on seeing and planning.
Just for fencing and clearing the timber.
Was there a modified grant agreement? Because the one that we're looking at has specific dates, and we just want to make sure that what we're approving today is the amended version for what you actually completed or planning to complete.
You heard Emily? You asked if there was a modified grant agreement because the one we're looking at has the prior dates on it.
I just want to make sure the one that we're approving today is the modified version.
The resolution that we're approving today is the modified. Like you said, they're extending the date.
So this is the correct agreement? Because the date on it is from 24.
That's the award date, yeah.
All we
Yeah, it
have
says-
attached is the original award letter, which is dated 2024. So we wouldn't
Probably
have,
have the original award letter dated 2024.
Just like in station and all this texting.
Okay,
thank you. As soon as we have an attachment, we can get that.
you want to withdraw your motion for now?
I'll withdraw until we can get the attachment. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next one is. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
Okay, the first, resolution that we passed we struck a paragraph out because well, first of all, I don't like it. And we struck it out on our first resolution, where it says the grantee agrees that tribe will not promote or engage in any violence, terrorism, bigotry, or destruction of any state. I didn't like that language, so we struck that out. And then I noticed that the second resolution that we're dealing with, on that agreement, on item number 12, it says the same thing again. We haven't struck that one.
Which resolution is that?
Second resolution that we're dealing with. We look at the agreement in the back, it says,
Lisa, on the second agreement that we're gonna look up next, that's what he's talking about on that second page of the second resolution. There's a section in there that he asked to be removed, and they agreed that they were gonna reach out to First Nations and have them remove that, but it doesn't look like they did that in these ones.
Okay, and that's his First Nations one?
Both of them
Okay.
would have that same language in the agreement.
You wanna send him a text or email? Because he's gonna look for the updated.
I just don't have to put that wording in that agreement.
But it goes there, Mike.
Just perusing the award letter and resolution, the award letter is pretty straightforward, but there's no, from First Nations Development Institution, there's no signatory agreement indicating that the tribe signed it. No signature on the back, so.
Mike,
We're just now approving the,
we withdrew it until he gets us the modified grant.
we haven't even started it yet, and it has to be completed by October. According to the schedule here, October 31st, 2026, the final quarter review. And by the end of the year, well, not the end of the year, on or before October 31st, 2026. So if we didn't sign off on the grant agreement, then that tells me that we haven't even started anything yet.
They got that.
Haven't put down any funds or anything.
Mike, Emily will explain.
Just from what I know about it is the funding that was supposed to come along with it, it sounds like it was on hold with the US Forest Service, or it wasn't available at the time.
Sure.
So they were approving a modified version of this, and we don't have that in front of us. So that's why I withdrew my motion until he can bring that modified grant agreement for it, because without that, we don't know what we're actually agreeing to.
Because Matt said they gave an extension, so they did a modified grant agreement that's not attached to this resolution. So Emily withdrew her motion to approve it until we get that modified grant agreement.
Oh, okay.
And he said that's when it didn't start, because the funding came late, or the funding wasn't available. And so now we have to move it forward. But I assumed it was with the modified grant agreement, and we don't have that yet.
So it'll come back, but it'll have to
But at the time the award letter was written, the money was not available.
I don't know, that's just what I think I heard him say, is that they were awarded it, but that the US Forest Service didn't have the money there. or
Okay, it's withdrawn, so we'll move on.
Okay, sorry, guys. Do we want to go to the next one then?
Next one is the 60,000.
Mine has an extension for Mr. Huck.
Okay.
I don't know if I should read it into record because there's some personnel information in there, but just so the council is aware, the previous contract that we signed with Mr. Huck had a clause in there that if we needed to extend it, it was allowed to be extended. He's in the middle of some grant work that we're going on right now that we currently got funded, geothermal and some other stuff. He's requesting that we can extend his contract till the end of those grant periods, and I think it was 2027, I think that's what's listed in there. So that's the gist of this, it's just extending the current agreement that the tribe has with him for another year and a half, or another year.
Yes.
In the people you have there, July first.
Yeah, I just remember it was to coincide with this new grant funding that we got to pick this.
Okay, so this will be, 143.
Are we amending the previous one or is it a whole new one?
The motion for emergency. All right, Emily, second. Marion, question. Mike, all in favor? And Emily will waive the reading.
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve. By Emily. All right, second. Mike. And for the record, we're gonna waive the reading. The resolution. Any discussion? I'll call for the question. Oh, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Madam Chair, can I say something real quickly?
Yes.
I also just want to say briefly, I know I've said it before, so apologize if I'm a broken record, but Mr. Huck has worked in our Water Resources Department for probably as long as I've been alive, maybe longer, I'm not sure on the date, but for a long time. And there's a lot of history and there's a lot of knowledge there. And as he's getting towards the retirement age or towards the end of a career, I would really like us to think of what we want to do for how we're going to transition that. I'm not seeing anything against what's going on now. I know we have lots of good workers that are really great, but I just envision our Water Resources Department with the tribe might have a little bit of a new scope of work here moving forward, and just all of the things that we're talking about, our water code and permits and our just, preserving and protecting our water resources and water rights and things like that. So since we do have him on contract for another 2 years, I would strongly suggest building some time for having him help us create a new, either an updated management plan or broaden our existing management plan, or just basically look at the structure of our water there and how we can make that appropriate for Rosebud moving forward before we potentially would lose that.
Is that something that could come up to non-national committee?
I sure hope so. I say it often enough, but I just wanted to let everybody know that that's something that we should prioritize. Thank you.
Keep that knowledge. Okay, the next one is the Game Fish and Parks. Vaccinations for 60,000?
I have a one pager. Is it your one pager? I have one for IHS engineers. And I have a one pager for Peshwa.
One pager for Peshwa.
What am I missing?
PHPO, and what'd you say? IHS engineering. This one is for First Nations Development Institute, the mower, word, grant amount of 60,000.
I thought that was the second one that we tabled, but let me find it.
We just withdrew.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Motion for emergency by Emily. Second. Mike. Question. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion approved. Emily. 144. Second. Mike. What did we do it?
Whereas First Nations Development Institute, FNDI, 2432 Main Street, Longmont, Colorado 80501, has awarded a grant in the amount of $60,000 to the Rosebud Sioux tribe for the grant period from 8/15/2025 ending in 8/30/2026, for the purpose of purchasing 2 commercial mowers and to use for mule deer study to facilitate the provision of technical assistance in organizational and program development and management, financial and program management, leadership development, revenue generation, strengthening community collaboration and partnerships, outreach, strategic planning, and progress evaluation. And whereas the grantee shall comply with grant terms, conditions, and reporting requirements, provide program narrative reports specified in the progress final report format. No portion of the grant may be used for legal fees in association with lobbying fees. Grantees agreed to give First Nations to use photo documentation in its reporting and media announcements. So this is the part that should have been removed. Whereas the RST Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to accept and adopt the First Nations Development Institute Grant Agreement and to accept the terms and conditions of the grant agreement and all administrative and financial requirements, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of Land and Natural Improved First Nation Development Institute Grant Agreement for the grant in the amount of $60,000. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe delegates authority to the tribal president or their authorized delegate to execute the grant agreement on behalf of the tribe. As
So
amended.
the top, paragraph that's struck out, that should be taken out.
Yes, and we just wanted to make sure that it's also taken out of the grant agreement. I didn't have time to go through all of it, but.
Well, looking at the grant agreement, it shows that the president had already signed this agreement on October 20th of 2025. So is it typical that she goes forward with these grants without tribal council approval? Because if that's the case, why are we doing a resolution if she's already signed it? And the wording of the resolution also says that tribal council does delegate her to, but she's already did that, so it's all done out of order.
From my understanding, the funding agency needs this document in order to distribute the funding, but as far as your question about the signature prior to that, I don't.
They already received the funds? Any more discussion? I'll call for the question. Mike, you seconded it. Oh. All in favor?
Eight,
Opposed?
one,
Not voting?
one, two,
8, 1, 2, motion carried.
Motion to approve? Oh, sorry, emergency legislation.
Which one are we on?
I'm on a single page, is that next in the
Okay.
packet? It's having to do
The
with,
management, and Sarah's forest management plan?
so this one was, I don't have a management plan attached, because everybody,
156 pages.
is this the one that was in our email? Yeah, so I know there was a little bit of discussion at committee level because it had to do with the forest, potentially adjacent, and, Peschlaw. We all know that there was some attention lately having to do with mining and protecting more sacred sites, and so the committee just wanted to make sure that this had a legal overview of it, to make sure that anything that they were gonna be moving forward with this agreement wasn't gonna infringe on anything of a potential, anything that would come, I don't know, court or anything future of the other ones. There were some questions about if the U.S. Forest Service is currently in breach of their existing contract that, or agreements that they have with us, why would we go forward with another one? This one is actually developed by, I believe, the NRCS, so it wouldn't be a specific U.S. Forest Service management plan. It was developed by the NRCS department, so it's a little bit different. However, it's all the same forest land that we're talking about. So I think that's why some of those, it is a pretty lengthy management plan. That's why I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to at least see it, even if you didn't get a delve in.
I did. Pam let the council know that she emailed it because it's so.
Motion for emergency? Board? Question? Sherry? Or I'm sorry, seconded by Sherry. Question? Ben? All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
one.
Carried. Motion to approve 145. Emily? Second. Second. Sherry, you have a question?
Real fast before
Or
Sherry
just
does,
gonna read it in?
can I just say something real fast? Whenever we were talking about those questions or whatever that happened at committee, we did have legal on committee at that time. I asked those questions to legal. It was, without getting into too much detail, generally speaking, they didn't want us to ever turn down an opportunity to get funding for something as big and as needed as this forest management plan for that area. So it would be up to us to weigh those, but as long as we are aware of what we're signing and agreeing to, they didn't see any reason why we could not enter into something like this. I just wanted to clarify that. Ready to read?
Read it in.
Okay. 1, 2, Dakota. Whereas the RST Department of Game Fish and Parks recommends to the Land and Natural Resources Committee to approve the 2026 NRCS Forest Management Plan for the Peshwa in the Black Hills of South Dakota for fencing and thinning of trees, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the 2026 Forest Management Plan for Peshwa as presented by the Department of Natural Resources and Game Fish and Parks. Before we vote, I forgot, I also wanted to say one more thing. I hope everybody read it. I think it's important that we get something in there, but also understanding that any document like this that we do, they're living documents. So if there ever comes a time where things change or we need to amend it, we still have the ability to do it. It's just important that we get something locked in at the same time. Because I know sometimes we're talking about our HESAPA as a whole, and I know Russell and others have come and talked about, potentially protecting all of it, not just, sacred side at a time. So I just want to say that there's still room to include that type of language down the line if we wanted to. Thank you.
Anyone? Call for the question?
Question.
Mike, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next one I have in mind has to do with, IGS engineering bids for Spring Creek wastewater improvement project. It came from committee, but it doesn't have a number, so would it still be emergency?
I just. It came
Yeah.
from what?
It came from committee, but it doesn't have a number, so I think it's still emergency legislation.
Emergency by Emily, there's a second. Mike, question by Sherry. All in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion to approve 146. Second. Seconded by Sherry, would read it in.
Okay, whereas IGS OEH has approved and allocated funds to construct wastewater improvements in Spring Creek community on the Rosebud Indian Reservation. And whereas advertisement number 2026-18 resulted in 4 qualified bids, North Inc. for $3,120,559.75, Northern Plains LLC for $1,384,995,000.98, Manning Excavating Inc. for $1,974,252.90, and the Creek Development for $1,600,140. And whereas the bids are reviewed by RST Sewer Revenue Department and Area IHS District Engineers with recommendations to award the project to Northern Plains LLC for $1.3 million. And whereas the bids were also reviewed by the RC Treasurer's Office and Property Supply, the RC Land and Natural Resources Committee also recommends a bid for Northern Plains LLC in that amount. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendation and directs the RST Sewer Revenue Department to proceed with the Spring Creek wastewater improvement project and award the contract to Northern Plains LLC in the amount of $1,384,995.98.
Any discussion? Call for the question? Cowboy, all in favor?
10, 11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. The last one, the line of that road, the Messina. Messina.
Oh, yeah, Messamite Station, yes. Move from Morgan.
Second. Emergency by Emily, seconded by Sherry. Question. Ed, all in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, so this one will be 147. Approved by Emily, second. Second. Sherry, when needed.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start yawning. Whereas South Dakota Methanet delivers trusted local real-time and archived weather data to the population of South Dakota, including 9 Indian reservations. And whereas the site license agreement between South Dakota State University and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, a sovereign nation, is attached for Messamite Station. And whereas the live weather reports from the Messamite Station is available for free by the tribe, and whereas the current weather for the station is available in both written and spoken Lakota, and whereas the majority of funding is provided by the federal government for the Messamite Station, and whereas the South Dakota Messamite is a guest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Messamite Station will be removed from the reservation if the consent of the tribe is withdrawn. And whereas the installation of the Messamite Station and operation and maintenance of it will be the responsibility of South Dakota State University, and whereas the location of the site has been reviewed by the Tribal Historic Preservation Office and they have recommended approval, copy attached. And whereas the site license agreement has been reviewed by the RSC Land and Natural Resources Committee and they have recommended approval. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approve the committee's recommendation and direct the tribal president to sign the agreement and direct the RSC Water Resources Program for implementation.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Michelle, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
11-0-0, motion carried. Okay, Emily, did you want to move on to Skyline?
Yes, but we're waiting for those attachments from that.
For what?
From that. The first one that I have here, while we're getting this stuff ready, this one came from Eric. Can you scan this out for us, Ben? This one has to do with the amended contract for the legal services.
Brandon?
Yep, for Brander. Eric said his suggestion was, 1, 2, 3, 6 whereas. He made a change in there. And then that next one with the underlines, he added that language to clarify the question there. There was also a question, I think, of like business license and stuff like that, but I think he got all that, yeah, he got all that part clarified. So this was just the stuff that needed to be addressed in the resolution.
I signed it on the 5th.
Does it have a number already, Kim?
Oh, yes, hold on, I think I have mine right here.
We talked about it and then tabled it, so I thought we gave it a legal.
Yes. Okay, this one is.
I have my application.
Yep, 100.
131. Motion for emergency legislation, oh no, motion to approve
We already
20.
did emergency, so it's only a
131.
motion to approve by Emily. Question, or sorry, second by Ben. And Emily, you already read it in, so maybe you just pointed out what.
Should I just read those two whereas?
Yeah.
Okay. The two changes were in the whereas, the RSC Health Board has recommended approval of RSC Health Administration request to council to authorize and approve the engagement letter and fee agreement for Brander Law LLC to provide legal services, counsel and advice, and representation to the RSC Health Administration in the amount not to exceed, this is the change, $150,000 at the rate of $350 per hour in 1/10 of an hour increments. And then the next whereas is also an addition. Whereas the tribe agrees to pay an initial retainer fee of $10,000 and replenish the retainer on request or when the retainer is equal to or less than $1,000. If the tribe fails to do so, the law firm services the right to terminate the agreement.
So the retainer is 10,000.
Yes, so that clarified that previous one for a total.
Mike,
Could you elaborate a little bit about, the thing about the retainer? As I understand it, the retainer is usually a one-time initial payment. This talks about keeping that fund replenished. So what's the purpose of replenishment? Are they going to draw their fees from the retainer fund?
I will have Eric respond if that's okay.
And I'd like to hear the treasurer's.
Eric is gonna respond.
Good afternoon, council. The resolution that refers to a clause in the retainer agreement that the generic term is called an evergreen retainer. So the 10,000 is the initial retainer, but it also provides that if the retainer falls below 1,000, then the tribe supplements it with at least 1,000. So they can bill and charge against that 1,000. That's in the account, the trust account of the law firm.
So they're gonna collect their fees from this retainer account.
Directly, yep.
Is that problematic for Wayne and the?
Well, this isn't the first time we've had one of those come to council.
Yeah, I'm asking Wayne.
Oh.
Finish.
We pay it all the time,
Okay,
not a problem.
all right, good. All in here. That's just how it's being used. Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you. I remember when this came up, I think Mike or somebody posed a question about plus reasonable expenses. I think we wanted those laid out if they were like,
There was a question on what that was and.
My interpretation of that is, that's, taxi cab fares, that sort of thing.
Eric,
on the reasonable expenses, I sent an email to the law firm and I suggested a limitation of $5,000 and we'll have to come back and get that approved beyond that, but they said $5,000 isn't enough. So I don't know if you want to put a limitation on that or on what they can claim for expenses for the entire term of the agreement or not.
5,000 wasn't enough?
No, that's what they told me, so.
For other expenses?
I don't know, how did you do with that one? This is that,
Busy.
those expenses they do cause problems, because some of these law firms and stuff go out and they lobby and wine and dine, because that's part of their job.
Yeah.
So they buy booze and whatever have you, so it's causing problems for us, so I'm not sure how you can limit that.
We used to call those out.
Hey, I raise your hand.
thank you. Can we just scratch that, reasonable expenses, and then we can address it later? So she can get her stuff taken care of, because I feel like if we pass it with it in there, it's just really open-ended. And maybe we can just bring it back with an amendment that puts some restrictions, on what reasonable expenses are and a limit to it, without holding up the resolution today, if you guys are fine with that.
Like, wouldn't the expectation at that point then be that it would just be absorbed in that rate? Because if you have a $350 per hour, couldn't you be flexible with what you're including in that? Or is that only like your legal hour and then, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to say, because in my opinion, what other reasonable expense would it be besides like travel or some type of reimbursement? Or
If you want to take out, I don't know, we had one firm, and it wasn't a law firm, that had an expense claim form that included alcoholic beverages, and that was denied by back there. But if you want to be specific about what reasonable expenses are, why don't you pass it as amended, and we can work something out that requires review and approval of reasonable expenses by somebody, the treasurer or somebody.
So do you recommend just striking plus reasonable expenses right now, and then you can bring something back later?
How about review and approval, subject to review and approval?
Plus reasonable expenses subject to review and approval by who?
Plan.
Subject to review and approval. RSP minutes. I don't know this right?
Yeah.
Well, it needs to be clear as to whether or not these other expenses are over and above their per rate expense in relationship to the total cap on the contract, $150,000. So all expenses for time and other reasonable expenses, whatever they might be, can't exceed $150,000.
Eric, let me have Eric answer.
Yeah, I know, but, what, we need to know what those reasonable expenses are, because they will take away from actual lawyer time on the job, you know what I'm saying? Get that drift.
Eric.
So do you want a cap on the amount of expenses that can be claimed separately from time, or do you want it all included as part of the not to exceed?
Council. Skyline.
So on that part where it says plus reasonable expenses, I think what really needs to be put there, so we're putting it out plain language, is that it should say travel expenses instead of the reasonable, because that's what he's gonna be coming as, we're anticipating at least 2 to 3 trips a year because there's gonna be times that he's gonna have to negotiate the ISDA and go to Aberdeen. And so upon visiting with him, I think that language, instead of saying plus reasonable expenses, just spell it out, because what's gonna happen is that when it gets back to finance, they're gonna say, well, what is that gonna actually cover? So I think we just need to spell it out, just put travel expenses, to include travel expenses.
I have a question.
Emily, the mic.
Is the intent to have it in addition to, so like the $10,000, or excuse me, 100, so we're giving them a 10,000 at a time threshold, right? And so what they're saying is that they need more than that for the additional, I'm trying to work through is their travel expenses included in that threshold limit, or is that gonna be in addition to, or a separate line item for that?
Most law firms bill so much an hour for their services. Reasonable expenses are over and above their service. What Mike is asking for are the reasonable costs and the attorney's fees, both under the $150,000 limitation. And most generally they are.
So this one has $150,000 total to be used up in $10,000 increments. So I assume nothing can go beyond the $150,000 because that's our max. But what I'm asking is about that $10,000 threshold. They're asking that their travel expenses be separate from that 10,000, right? Is that what they're asking? Or are they saying that they're gonna eat up all that 10,000 if they're included?
Instead of a $10,000 limit, if you put it subject to review and approval for the total amount of expenses and attorney's fees not to exceed the 150, then I think that's the most reasonable cap. Because I don't know how much they're gonna claim on travel, because they're from Colorado, so I don't know how much airfare is gonna be, how much your travel expenses are gonna be. It might be more than 10,000, it might be less. But if we have finance review and approve them, and the total amount includes the expenses and not to exceed amount for the total contract, I think that's the best way to limit those costs.
Because no matter what, they're also limited to that 10,000. And the reason why I'm asking is if say they have $6,000 left of that $10,000 limit, and they want to do some hours plus travel down here and do a presentation, then we would just up that limit, or is their travel going to be taken out of some other, it's still 150, but isn't going to count against that $10,000 set aside threshold? I'm just trying to make it easier for them. Like, can we consider it separately, like this plus travel addition? Like,
Madam Chair, I think you're misunderstanding the retainer. The retainer is just to pay any bill. $10,000 is just a limit on expenses that I suggested. The retainer doesn't limit the amount that they can claim either for hours or expenses. If expenses exceed more, then it might be more than 10,000. They're just going to bill more. They're going to bill the retainer and then request the additional amount to be paid, and the retainer be replenished in that amount.
Retainer just guarantees they're going to be paid.
Does that make sense?
kind of, but then I'm confused with the language then. What part of the language do we need to amend to say what you just said? Because I don't know if that's what it's saying right now.
I think the clearest way to limit that cost is to put in that clause that the expenses and the hours paid shall not exceed the amount to exceed amount, which is so, once they reach that limit, then they'll have to come back and request change so they can bill for more time and expenses.
That makes a lot more sense, because when I read it will not exceed $150,000 plus reasonable expenses. So when you say plus, that's an additional,
Right.
I was thinking on top of that 100. So then I was like, anyway, that's why I was getting confused, is because we stated that 150 and then we said plus. So then that is actually going above that 100.
I can make the change to the resolution so it's clear.
Thank you. That is where I was confused.
Did you want to keep it amended to say subject to review and approval by the RC Finance Office?
I would like that, but then I also think we need to clarify that that $150,000 threshold is for both, not just the retainer part services.
How do you want to word that as an amendment?
Well, there's a sentence in there that says in an amount not to exceed 150,000, so.
But then it says plus reasonable expenses. So that's what I'm saying, and that's what I just asked Eric, if we're gonna leave it as is, then we're not really saying what Eric said. Whereas,
No, I think you're reading that different because it says at the rate of $3.50 per hour in 1/10 of an hour increments plus reasonable expenses. So I view that as it's all going to the 150.
Yeah. That's kind of a,
Now raise your hand.
well, maybe that needs to be clear.
Yeah,
yeah, because I just asked Eric and then that's, he's dealing with it.
yeah, no worries. You're the wordsmith.
I just wanna make sure that I understand what we're thinking.
You're the wordsmith around the table. I am the consumer.
Eric,
If you want to give you about 15 minutes, I can make the change to the resolution, so both of those changes and then pick it up. Unless you want to pass it as
as
amended.
amended. I'll do it that way, understanding that he'll make those changes
As amended?
as amended. As long as I'm understanding the same that you are. I think we are.
Any further discussion? Are we taking out reasonable and putting travel then, or is it just staying reasonable?
I was going to leave it reasonable expenses because there's going to be other expenses besides travel.
Okay.
So I'm sure he's going to claim motel rooms, per diem, just like any other traveler. Whatever rates he charges, as long as they're not outrageous, or for something that we won't pay for, like alcoholic beverages.
Can you say travel and per diem? Like, would that clarify and cover that? I'm
Reasonable expenses subject to our review.
Yeah, I would just do that. Attorneys kind of have. Attorneys kind of have an ethical responsibility here too, I think.
Are we gonna withdraw this, or are we gonna go with this?
I'll withdraw it and then bring it back.
Consider going back.
Are you gonna table it?
For the question.
Oh, Michelle questioned, all in favor?
So we would just need to amend the motion to add the next. As with Aaron's amendment.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Emily, it's as amended, so the only question. Michelle. So Eric will work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is,
Now she has a staff. That was just the first one.
I have 4 of them here. We have.
She has the correct Bible. She has the corrected version here.
Yeah.
I think the ones we had were old.
So this one here, we get to resolution 2026 /87. Anyway.
These are the ones that are coming up for.
Which ones are we looking at, 51 and 53?
The one that just handed out is 2026-87.
We don't have that 80, we don't have it.
I don't know, that was what was on my map, so I just corrected it, but it's that resolution.
Maybe it's roughly 57?
Maybe.
No?
57?
It's another one, Antelope Creek Construction. Whatever that one is.
I don't even remember talking about this one, honestly. Maybe they just all got tabled after that first one.
No, see, that one is a resolution, but Wayne said, when he called me Friday, he said it needed to be amended and to add the dollar amount in there because it wasn't.
Oh, there's no signing or anything on that. So she's presenting 2026-87. She said it was already in passed through council, but that there's several changes that she needs to make, and they're
A
highlighted.
motion to reconsider and amend
Yes.
by Emily. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sherry, and then what did you do to amend?
On the second page, whereas the total contract amount for the parking lot installation and improvements is $1,005,295.44 to be paid according to the following schedule. Mobilization startup, 50%. Progress payment, number 1, $167,549.24. Progress payment 2, $167,549.24. And the final payment, same amount, $167,549.24. And then skip that one. Then there's a be it further resolved that the tribal health department is authorized to make payments to Antelope Creek Construction according to the following schedule. 1, mobilization startup payment upon execution of the contract and mobilization of labor, equipment, and materials for $502,647,072, which is 50% of the contract. Progress payment 1, upon satisfactory completion of project milestones as determined by the tribal health department. Progress 2, same thing, and final payment, same thing after completion, inspection, acceptance of all work, and submission of all required project documentation. Be it further resolved that all payments shall be contingent upon verification that the work has been completed in accordance with the contract specifications and approved by the tribal health department or its designated representative. Those were the changes.
Any discussion? Mike?
Can somebody, tell us who Emerald Creek Construction Company is?
Antelope Creek, who's the contractor for that?
That's, Ms. Larson.
Ms. Larson.
Larson is the,
He's a
Get
contractor.
out and everything already? We did a resolution.
Also, there wasn't an RFP or a bid.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Michelle? All in favor?
You gonna,
Everybody's on top. You two are too. Give them some more, please. You guys
Yeah.
are sweet. Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, now we're looking at 137.
Okay, so, yeah, that's one we.
This one is for the continuum care grant.
Yeah, so, for Lisa. So, this resolution is just, it's for the continue of, what is it?
Care.
Continuum of care, and it's for the homeless. It's a grant through the HUD, and it's really convenient for us to apply to be enrolled with it. It's for homeless and addiction. It's no commitment to the tribe, it's just a requirement for us to enroll in that coalition, so we can apply for grants.
Okay,
That's all it is.
so this will be a motion to approve, Emily. 137, and my notes say that the motion was withdrawn because they wanted to see the plan.
It's not gonna be a plan, because all it is we're just applying to be part of that coalition,
Okay.
like to register. So if there's a grant that comes through HUD or.
Is there a second? I'll second. Second by Sherry. Okay, Michelle, good question.
Since there's no grant available or no plan available, can you explain what kind of resources are going to be available with this one? For the people, and what people? Homeless? Yeah, homeless, and then a sober living. Okay. So what kind of resources are available for them? So, I mean, it varies through HUD, you know, it could be something for repairs, or it could be, you know, like for housing that's connected with sober living and addictions, maybe. So it just varies, but we won't know that how that announcement comes out.
Here.
Thank you. Who's gonna be the representative on this coalition?
It's gonna be my office.
Okay, but is there a specific person?
We just kind of, when we register for stuff like that, we just put RSD Health Administration.
Okay,
So that way it's a wide variety of who can actually get in there.
okay, so we don't need to include in the resolution who that is or any alternates? Okay, thank you.
Michelle.
Also, sober living, so is it going to be people that are already within your program, or can people sign up for these services as well? What we try to focus on is like when people go to treatment, so like when they get discharged, like let's say, I went to treatment and I went to Catton, but in my discharge summary, I completed treatment successfully, but my discharge summary, you're telling the people here, when they're releasing me on my discharge summary, that Skylar needs an additional 3 months of sober living, even though she completed treatment. But when I'm coming back here, there's nothing for me, so then I end up going back into the same environment and probably relapse because there's no sober living. It's kind of defeating the purpose of sending people to treatment, because that's what we really need, is that sober living. So housing's an issue here.
What might that look like?
What's that?
What might that look like?
So like the sober living is like it would just be one big compound. We identified a piece of land over there across the ACF over there. And it's gonna have a big old female and a male, we separate them, and then right in the middle would be like the house, you know, like the office. And then there would be people on board that would be 24/7. And then we're also gonna have another area for families. So like, let's say I'm a single mother, but I wanna reunite because I exposed my kids to a lot of trauma during my addiction. So we wanna heal the whole family together and then not just myself, because you're kind of defeating that purpose of treatment. So you wanna do it as a whole. So that's kind of what the vision plan is about.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Does that include like, Because we have a lot of relatives that are being released from like federal prisons and they have nowhere to go and then they have to go to a sober living. Would that also
Yeah.
qualify for that?
Yeah, it will, and then so we're gonna negotiate a contract with the feds for that. So like if you just got released from prison and you need to go to a halfway house or sober living, we would bring our tribal members, because the overall focus is to focus and bring and utilize our resources here for our tribal members.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
thank you.
More discussion. We'll call for the question. Question by Mike, all in favor? Emily already read it into the record.
Aye.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Yeah.
This is, no, we have, which one do you have next? More that were amended.
Lisa, which ones do you have next so we don't get out of order here?
They're all, so we have the Boston, Massachusetts, it's a dental clinic.
Do you have numbers on any of them?
Yeah, 132 is the dental clinic.
Yeah, 132 ready?
No, zonings and counties, 137, 31, and 36.
We have 136, and 51 or 57.
Let's do 136 next. Is that what you said? Yep. Okay, you'll know that 136.
Sorry.
Seconded by Sherry. And for the record, it's already read it into the record. Any discussion?
Do you remember the questions that we had for this one? So she could,
You guys, it was just that MOU that was missing.
oh, we were missing the MOU.
Yep, so that.
Remember it was something to do with the summary award financial amount in the back?
Yep, so we attached that and the MOU to it.
I think that's what it was too, was it MOU?
Did Eric review the MOU?
Yeah, the MOU has been in place since 2022, or 2022, something like that.
Have the MOU? Because I didn't have it in my.
Yeah, you must have had it open. Previous one, 136, is that what you have? Yeah. So the one that I was told that was in question was just the report, the financial report.
Yeah, that's what I got on my note.
Yeah.
Just the summary, federal and financial information. And there was a question on that, but it can't be, oh, what was it?
For me to the note, it just said it was.
Oh,
missing.
because it ends on August 2026.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's attached within the MOU.
So all of this work was already done, and it's still okay to end it at the end of June?
That was a question. Because it's gonna be complete on August of 2026.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
The contract has already been reviewed by legal.
Everything we sent to Eric.
Michelle has a
Just on that one. So if you look at.
Oh, she has a, Michelle has a question.
Just curious, all these grants that the health administration receives and when the pay scales get supplemented by these grants and the pay increases are given, when the grant is over, do the pay scales drop back down?
So when the grant ends, you go back to your normal pay.
Okay.
And that's what we, and then when the personnel action is in process, we start the, starting period of when that supplement started to when it ends. So then that way there's no like, things happen, things slap, they slip through the cracks or whatever, but we make sure it's on that PA of, when it starts and when it's that duration.
Have we used the CCR fund before?
Remember on the dental? They just come in and provide and just kind of do like a offer their advice, expertise on their field for us. So somebody that's an expert in dental to come and assess. So this one is going to be kind of the same thing.
Or did we RFP their services or is it a sole source again?
It's just the company that we use to do that specific, so we just probably some subset.
Us? I was asking because he has a recommendation from IHS, so I was just making sure that that was. Okay.
I think so, yeah. Just got a question.
We have to do,
Question.
we approve the budget. Ben,
Question.
Yeah.
question by Ben, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
How do you vote? 0,
Not voting.
2.
9-2, motion carried. Okay, the other one I have is. $132, you guys have that one? $450,040 annually for the dental services.
That's for, what does it say? Because I don't have that, Lisa. What is that?
So this one was for the dental services, St. Francis Dental Clinic. And the attachment was that Brander Law. So there was a wrong attachment on it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So this one was, tabled until we can get the correct
Okay, so table that one, because I didn't see that one.
Okay.
Then I'll come back with that. But the one that he's got is 26-51.
5-1?
Yeah.
Okay, now on this one, my notes say that the agreement with Massachusetts law firm on the services agreement.
So is 51 already a resolution? Do we need to rescind and amend? Or is it a new one?
Just got a number that day and it got tabled.
51? I was wondering if that's way older.
It got tabled because the reason why it was tabled, my notes say that, okay, so on attachment for the services agreement, the question was on the 6th whereas, it says the tribes, MGH, the tribe entered into a memorandum of understanding on 2018, and then for an additional 5-year term beginning August 2022.
It's still not updated, it still says those dates.
The
And
new
that's
one?
the previous, yeah, that's what she just handed me.
This is the old one that we had from last week, I had my notes on it as to what it was tabled.
And it's not changed, it's still in the new one that she.
And there was a reason, I can't remember why question, our council questioned that date, August 22, because it would be up.
Because it's up, and so we need to amend those dates to the new contract date. So now this new one will start in 26 and have 5 years.
Okay.
So that needed to be amended and it's not amended yet. So I don't know.
So this one should be
It's just
31,
the date, yeah.
2031?
I don't know if you leave that history in, because we had one since 2018 and now we're renewing it for another time. You probably just want to add that sentence in there, right?
Yeah, did you take a look at that? Did you get that amended on?
See, I just now, seeing this one, that's why I'm doing it, but we'll probably have to bring this one back if it's amended.
Oh, but you want to do that one?
Yeah.
Is that the only amendment though?
Yeah, it's the only amendment is to.
Can we just say as amended?
Well, I have it.
Because we, this is for MGH, so maybe.
So it's renewing it, but the service agreement wasn't updated.
Yeah, we need to update it before June 30th.
Are there gonna be any changes in like certain amounts agreed upon or anything? Because if you think you still need to review that and update it, I'll give you time to do
Yeah, let's
that.
just do that.
Okay, but if you need it right now, then we can take it as is.
Let's amend it.
Okay, the appropriate.
So Skylar, the service agreement on there needs to be amended on the date.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in my notes.
And then you have like on the front of the small typos on the resolution. That Boston MZ.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Massachusetts abbreviation.
We're 2651. I'll withdraw on that one.
Okay. 2651?
Yeah, that's the one that she's gonna, we're gonna withdraw that one.
Yeah, we didn't even approve it.
Oh, okay. Yep. 2651.
Yeah, this is my own, that's my own ignorance here. 51 has to deal with what we commonly refer to as Boston doctors.
And their agreement is expiring, so we need to renew it. And that's why we were confused on that other one, because they couldn't attach an agreement because it was expired, so that's why we were all over the place. And, okay, which one do we have next? How about 20?
No, that's.
We're all done. Okay, good.
So you gotta take these.
She has a new one and is requesting if she could have,
Yeah.
bring on another one.
So Skylar, you gotta take two of them back, right?
Yeah.
132 and 151.
No.
Okay.
What's that number? 131. She didn't have it ready, so she's gonna bring it back next time.
131.
Thank you, sir. Yep, 131, 51, and she'll bring it back next time.
You said 151 of it. What did it?
No, just 51. So this is a new one that hasn't made it to committee or anything yet, so I'll let Skylar present, I can read it in, and then if there's any questions.
Okay.
It didn't go to committee or anything, so we'll have to number it.
So Erin,
Right, let me make a motion for emergency first to get it on the floor.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll move.
Second.
Motion for emergency by Emily, seconded by Sherry. Question? Ben, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
902, motion carried. Motion to approve by Emily. It'll be 147. 148. 148. Is there a second? Emily. Okay, Emily.
Whereas the RST Health Administration requests for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to authorize and approve the quote of the RST Road Maintenance Program for earthwork and site preparation, landscaping for the RST Cancer Infusion Center and parking lot in the amount of $98,000 for the funding source for the total cost is blank on a sole source basis. Now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council hereby approves the recommendation of RST's. That's too many RSTs. RST Tribal Health Administration and approves the quote of the RST Road Maintenance Program for earthwork and site preparation, landscaping for the RST Cancer Infusion Center and parking lot in the amount of $98,000. The funding source for the total cost is blank on a sole source basis. Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe or their designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the RST Health Administration quote in the amount of $98,000. I just have a quick question.
Emily.
Did the council see the plan for the Cancer Infusion Center? I think it's amazing and needed. I just don't remember seeing it, so I was curious.
Sure.
Has it been approved of?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
Just the blanks on there? So should it say 98,000 for the total cost, or are you just putting 98,000 as a cap, or?
Yeah, 98,000 as a cap.
How about the funding?
So the funding source, I was trying to give it to Eric, but he said he would leave it blank like that, so we would just fill it in.
No, your funding source.
Yep.
You don't know the funding source?
No, it's 514.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah, so do I want me to announce it or me not announce it?
As long as somebody knows it. Get it added in there?
Oh, okay, just add it in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It would be nice if you put the funding source in there.
It's 514, point 30, 514.90. Yep.
As an item.
Are you sure?
Five more point 30. 514.30 and then 514.90. But the amount is correct for 98,000?
Yep.
Oh. As amended.
So the blank spot should say the total cost is 98,000? Or no?
I think it's supposed to, the funding source for the total cost is 514.30 and 514.90.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sources, I guess you should add, sources.
Any more discussion?
Question.
Question by Sherry, all in favor?
yeah,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. I have that at this time.
All right.
148?
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, sorry. All right, well, thank you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thank you, council.
Good luck.
Mike, did you have anything for budget and finance you needed?
I have 2.
Okay. Go ahead and pass them out.
Sure. Did you call Econ Vet? He said he took it through budget and finance and that day he was just sharing. I was like, wait, what's some other business? He said if not, then they'll probably set for next. Oh, we did it, emergency legislation.
Just to be safe, look it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't seem to.
Because I have it right here, and then you can just take this.
Madam Chair, the one I'd like to present first for emergency legislation is the one that deals with the carnival.
Motion by Mike for emergency legislation, is there a question?
Second.
Question, or second, sorry. By Sherry. Question. Carried. All in favor?
Ten. 10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
10-0-1, motion carried. Motion to approve,
Motion to
it's 149.
approve 149, the original resolution for this contract to these people was done in 2017. So I don't know if that's a misnomer up there, if that has to be changed to, it's got to be current size and,
Okay, need a second. Seconded by Emily.
No, I wanted to ask a question.
Second, seconded by Sherry. I'll go ahead and read it in my.
Okay, I will start, at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended for the RST Tribal Council to approve the selection of Max Carnival LLC, Woonsocket, South Dakota, for ride concessions and other attention and related attractions, and related services supplies in the amount of $17,500 or 25% after sales tax, whichever is greater on a sole source basis. Therefore, to be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee in the selection of Max Carnival LLC, Woonsocket, South Dakota, for ride concessions and other attractions and related services supplies in the amount of $17,500 or 25% after sales tax, whichever is greater on a sole source basis. Again, there's a contract that's for 2026. Now, this one may generate some discussion, but it's kind of time sensitive. We got to get it approved, so.
Any discussion? Ben? And
Emily first. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it, I know I brought it up last year, and probably the year before too, but since we've been using this same, business, I guess, since 2017, I'm wondering what the process is to ensure that we're getting the best price. I know when I asked last year, they said the carnival, people are a real tight-knit group, they don't like to infringe on other people's area, and that nobody will put in, but I'm just curious, when the last time we put out an RFP or a bid request, asking for some competition. I don't know anything about this entity or at all, but I just know that being locked into one person for a decade kind of leaves things stagnant, and I would want to make sure that we're getting the best negotiated price, I guess. So the first question I have is there any major changes in the price from last contract to this contract?
And that would be the responsibility of the fair board, and I think the question is whether or not this current contract, the money should be renegotiated. Perhaps the tribe is entitled to a bigger share.
Are there any changes from the previous contract to this contract?
Yes.
Are any major?
Maxwell sent 7,000 sheets, 10 tickets on each to be sold at 20 each, or $140,000 worth of tickets. And then this one is 10,000 sheets, 20 each at $200,000 worth of tickets.
Thank you, Sharon. And the reason why I'm asking, I'm not trying to hold this one up. I understand we're always at a time crunch, so I won't hold this up. But for future planning and for future years, if we can make action now to say we want to start the negotiation bid like in the fall or in the winter, then it would give us enough time to see if there is more competition available within the state of South Dakota. We have lots of other fairs, even in Nebraska. So I would just be curious as to making sure not only we're getting the best cost, but getting the best package for our people. So that would just be something that if we can't do it this time, since we're late on time, if we could build it in for next year, or I'm not sure how long this contract is locking us in again, but those are just kind of the questions that I have. Thank you.
So who would do that?
Fair manager.
I was hoping we were hiring them permanent.
We didn't hire her, Sherry and Ben.
Oh,
Oh, wait, no. Emily, Ben, Michelle, Sherry.
Okay. Thank you. The discussion was brought up about that, about this contract. I believe it went through Eric, and he did have a lot of concerns on it. But because it's time sensitive and, you know, the fair's coming up here, we have to hurry up, put these in right away. So there was a discussion in Budget and Finance that, you know, we would only approve it for a year. So we could go back in and actually negotiate, because from it sounds like, and again, to like what Mike touched on, was that there's more, there is more funding to be brought in from that fair rather than what we are paying them to be here, because they're doing a lot. I mean, there's so much in there that they're getting so much more that we're not getting anything back, just what we paid for them to be here. So that was brought up by our in-house, and he just wanted to, I guess, he said, we can't do anything right now because we're already locked into it. But he said if we were just to pass it for just a year, that it would be probably beneficial, so that way we can renegotiate what we can do to benefit from that. So those are just my thoughts on it. And again, too, that's what was brought up at Budget and Finance, and I kind of agree the same way too, because of a lot of things that they are bringing. I know it's, he said too, and we all know that too, that's their lifestyle. That's how they earn their living and stuff. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that they acquired last year from what the comparison was. So we wanted to see if we renegotiate, but it was just brought back up. So we were just kind of hoping that maybe just a 1 year contract, and then we negotiate what we can to I guess get more funding back just from that, because that's a lot that he said. Anyway, that's just my thoughts on it. Thanks.
Michelle?
Just curious, has the care manager that we hired recently been able to negotiate these? And how are we locked in if it's not even signed yet? So my question is. And also, we're not even getting any revenue from any of the food sales or the games or anything like that. And I feel like we should have some negotiations to at least have more free rides than just the one day. At least a couple hours a day for the kids, especially with the amount of money that we spend on it. So, are we able to negotiate this and knock it down to 1 year rather than 2 years if we have to go forward with them?
water usage, electricity usage, security,
Groundskeeping,
Be maintenance, maintenance,
maintenance,
yeah.
okay, maintenance,
What was the one before maintenance?
security,
Security, garbage disposal, water usage, electricity, security, and maintenance.
specific article for the carnival.
For Max Carnival for 2026.
I think you should look at the entire fair to get an idea what your total cost. So you can consider that when you decide how much revenue you're gonna, how much you're gonna charge the businesses to conduct.
Do you think you could break that down? Get the whole thing and then break it down per event?
I think it's relevant, to be honest.
Okay. So we'll do it like that.
Okay, so just for the 2026 fair.
There, yeah. And then to have all of those costs broken down by. Let's see.
Broken down by what?
Event, fair event.
There a second? Emily? Question? Michelle? All in favor?
I'm blowing my nose, but yeah.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carries.
Mr. Lafferty, whenever we do the sales report, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just ticket sales, that it included any of their food and beverage and game tents. Just so you know. Okay.
Motion?
It's not
It's not that
specified,
motion, but
but, yeah, that's what we need by sales report, to make sure it includes those things.
Emily?
Did we need to take specific action on, future either negotiations or calls or contracts, or I just didn't know if we needed to have a motion on how we're gonna prevent it from happening again? I know we have a permanent staff now, so I didn't know if we would just relay a directive to them or how that would work, but I just want to make sure that we have something on record so that that doesn't happen year after year.
But for 28 or 27, we're trying to put it on our.
Yeah, I was even thinking of having our staff develop a procedure that we could adopt for them that says, you know, every year you're gonna do this, or however that needs to look, but I just thought that as they're working through, they might be able to help identify some policy or something on it to prevent that.
Yeah, we could discuss that.
Okay, so you don't need an official motion? Thank you.
Okay, Mike.
The next resolution, we're bringing to the floor on behalf of the behest of the Economic Development Committee, and it has to do with this, it will establish policies and procedures for the tribe's home ARPA.
Motion by Mike
Home
for
ownership project. I'll move for emergency legislation.
There's a second. Sherry, question by Cowboy, all in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion approved by Mike, it's 150.
Okay.
Seconded by Michelle, go ahead and read it in, Mike.
Sherry.
Oh, Sherry?
Yeah.
Sherry, you want me to read it or shall I read it?
I can read it. 6, whereas on March 24th, 2024, RST Economic Development Committee recommends the RST Tribal Council to authorize and adopt a proposal for Phase 1 ARPA American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 Housing Development, the Housing Development Project, to address the housing needs of the Sicangu, Lakota, Oyate, and the Rosebud Reservation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enacted RST Resolution 25-147 to approve Phase 1 of the Housing Development Project, consistent with the construction of 54 homes
to be constructed by Dynamic Homes, 30 homes, Mark's Home Repair, 10 homes, and Ujijika Housing Development Corporation, 3 homes to be sold at the rate of $92.51 per square foot. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has proposed the Rosebud Sioux Tribe ARPA Housing Project homeownership policy to establish eligibility requirements, homebuyer responsibilities, and the purchase process for homes developed under the ARPA housing project. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, I'm gonna say budget and finance, because that's where we took it to, has recommended the Rosebud Tribal Council to approve the Rosebud Sioux Tribe ARPA housing project homeownership policy, and to authorize purchases of homes by eligible tribal member purchasers. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves the Rosebud Sioux Tribe ARPA Housing Project homeownership policy. And be it further resolved, the president or her authorized designee is directed and authorized to sign the homeownership purchase agreement and any other associated documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Discussion. Call for the question.
I have one quick question. I'm assuming this went through legal.
Yes, Eric's been,
And there might be an amendment in the future. We talked about the possibility of having the property and supply person be the official signer on the purchase agreement in the future.
Who's the signer now?
The president.
Wayne has a,
The only question I have is where it talks about the 54 homes. OHTC is building 10 homes now,
That's what I thought.
so that needs to be changed to 10. So it
Okay.
should be, you know, like
as amended.
Yeah, as amended. OHTC is building 10 homes.
Yeah, you're correct there.
Or here, Ken? I kind of stumbled over
As amended. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Emily, all in favor? Opposed?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, that brings us to the person.
While we're still under budget and finance, can I get the council to approve of the election budget agreement for company that provides the election sheet? Election's going to be in a month.
No.
The amount of houses that are numbered on here doesn't equal.
That is $61.
I need to be excited.
It says we only have seats in each, you see? Yeah.
But then even so, with that can, it still comes out to
50?
13, what, oh, feet?
But there's a week.
We're doing 10, so then it's 13.
That's what I'm just looking at. So is it 30 homes from Dynamic? 34?
That element, so to speak.
Yeah, because we're only gonna approve it.
So 61.
No, it's only 50 right now.
It could be 54.
What we're losing?
We're missing 4 homes.
It's with Dynamic. I don't think they're doing 30, they're doing 34. I'm getting it confirmed from.
There you go, I thought they started at 100.
Building costs brought it down to. 10 miles.
Yeah, no, we chipped into the ARPA money that was dedicated to this. So, that took away from the original 22 million and dropped it down to 14 million.
Mike, you wanna bring this on? For emergency?
Okay.
Motion for
Madam
emergency.
Chair, yeah. This has to do with the election board appointment. Budget.
Motion for
Emergency
emergency
legislation.
by Mike, is there a second? Ben, question. Cowboy, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried. Motion to approve, Mike, it's 151.
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Mike, is there a second? Ben, go ahead and read it in, Mike.
Starting with the fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board has recommended an agreement for the WIP Automated Election Services Division of Ink Impressions Incorporated for vote counting machines, related expenses, and professional training services necessary to the conduct of the tribe's primary and general elections scheduled for 2026 for a total cost of $74,590 on a sole source basis. And whereas RST ordinance number 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedure for use by the department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux tribe for the procurement of goods and services. And whereas RST ordinance number 94-125 requires purchases of $25,000 or more, requires the approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts and adopts the recommendations of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee to enter into an agreement for automated election services. And whereas nothing in the agreement should be construed as a waiver, as waiving the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or constituent parts. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts and adopts the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee to enter into an agreement for automated election services. Therefore, be it resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the election services agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And
Any
the agreement is
discussion?
attached.
Emily?
I just have a quick question. Is this the same company that we use each election? Is this a new company? Same one?
Yeah.
Okay, I just making sure. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Michelle, all in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
one.
10-0-1, motion carried.
Madam President?
Yes.
The council lost the quorum last time, we were in discussion about passing a motion authorizing me to utilize our line of credit to advance funds toward the 150th. The expectation we're going to get reimbursed by the Tribal Chairman Association. So I just want to explain so that people understand that there's all kinds of rumors going on here that the tribe appropriated this big budget for this 150th. We did not. The Bureau of Indian Affairs out of the Aberdeen area office gave a contract to the Tribal Chairman's Association to offset costs that the tribes are going to incur for this 150th. But it's a cost reimbursement contract. So we have to expend the funds first, and then we talk reimbursement. So I got a copy of the contract, and I sat down with finance people, and we signed a contract to a monitor. So she's going to review all expenditures to make sure that they're reimbursable for the contract. And those expenses that we have to advance, I like to authorize that we use our intertribal loan program to advance those funds, and then submit the reimbursement. There shouldn't be an awful lot, because most of activities are being covered by programs and donations so far. But again, if anything else comes up, that's what. Anybody have any questions, Diane?
And
Treasurer, what do you expect? I mean, what's the ultimate, I guess, overall, I guess, cost that you anticipate that it could be for this reimbursement?
I have no idea. I know that from what I've been told, there's $500,000 been given to the tribal chairmen for this operation. I'm not sure how much each tribe is going to get, but I thought that's a lot of money. So I feel confident that anything that we do, there's enough money for reimbursement.
Those, motion excerpts are out on Facebook regarding the motion that was made in budget and finance for 100 and some thousand from the TELP to go towards this event. So, just wanting to say that at my community meeting that we had last week, they were, not happy with the dollar amount that was going to be spent on this event. And they were wanting those funds to be used towards LEAP because a lot of, the people are being cut off from receiving assistance this year. But I don't know if it's being reimbursed, and I guess what was the reason for the 100,000? We're not spending a whole lot towards the event.
That was not appropriated. The budget finance doesn't have the authority to do that. They can do up to 25,000. So the motion was to bring that to tribal council for discussion. When it came to tribal council, rather than appropriate funds, I'd already talked to Gain at the Tribal Chairman's Association for cost reimbursement. And I had a lot of sense, so we don't need to appropriate funds.
So the money that we're using for our solid waste to travel up there will be reimbursed as well?
Yes, solid waste, we're sending all kinds of equipment up there. Anything like that, we're going to submit for reimbursement. And then if there's anything else that needs to happen in the meantime, when we're talking about transportation for youth and all those kind of activities, if that's needed and it's allowable cost under the contract, then we'll advance that out of our loan program to get reimbursed. Tribal council won't have to appropriate any funds.
You know, we're just borrowing the money from the top program, because they have excess cash.
No, we're not a tech program. We have what's called an intertribal loan program. That's
No, I mean, to finance, put the cash up front, then we're gonna get reimbursed.
We have what's called an intertribal loan program. Years ago, we used to have a line of credit at the bank, but that cost us. So what I did is I took some of our tribal revenue and stuck that into a CD.
Oh, okay.
And then we use our own money. We don't have to pay any fees. So anytime there's a cost reimbursement, a lot of our contracts are cost reimbursed, but we use this fund to pay for those and then get reimbursed.
Got it.
And that's what that money is used for.
Do we need a motion to do that today then?
Yes, I would like to request a motion that we allow to do that. And again, it's being monitored, so nothing will be spent that's not eligible for reimbursement.
So we can formulate the motion for
Authorize me to use our intertribal loan program to advance funds for reimbursement for the 150th celebration.
I'll move.
the tribal program to authorize funds.
To use the intertribal loan program to advance funds for reimbursement for the 150th celebration.
Motion by Mike, is there a second?
I have a question.
Oh, well, here to make a motion, so we need a second. Seconded by Marion. Okay, discussion.
have the floor, can you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you gonna keep track of that, or who's keeping track to make sure that, all of the, expenses go to the allowable costs?
We got a copy of the contract that the Tribal Chairman's Association signed that lists all the activities that are allowable. I gave that to the finance office and then I signed Joanna as the monitor. So Joanna won't allow anything to get paid for that's not an allowed expense.
Okay,
But it's all set up with the finance office.
okay. Is that available for the council to look at?
Yeah, you just go to Joanna and it should be a copy of the contract.
Okay, and then is there a, threshold that we, like,
Advance.
yeah,
No.
not advance, but like the total amount that we should not exceed?
In this contract, we get a total amount of $500,000 for all the tribes.
Okay, for all tribes.
Yeah.
That's good. And none of it is coming out of our own pocket.
It's not so much for Rosebud, so much for Pine Ridge, it's 500,000 for all the tribes. But Rosebud, Pine Ridge, and Cheyenne River are the three biggest ones that are putting money into the rest of us. Little bits and pieces.
Thank you for clearing that up because there are so many rumors on Facebook and I kept telling people we didn't approve any budget here, so. Is there, we haven't seen a budget. We should have one though. Would be good.
So, along with that, without seeing a budget, then where is it being determined on the amount that we're being reimbursed? Is that going to be at the Great Plains
Yeah.
meeting? So there's really no guarantee on the dollar amount that we will be reimbursed.
Guarantee, no.
Thank you.
And Mike.
I was gonna ask you that, what are the allowables and how many of, not only our people, but I guess from the other tribes, what are they allowing that, they could, I guess, spend on it? Because again, if you give that, I guess kind of that to a group of people, they're gonna say, they're gonna pay for everything for us. So, we do need to have some kind of, I guess, guidance on that. So are we, get some,
There's a list of allowable costs in that contract that Joanna has. It talks for things like solid waste disposal, food costs, any kind of transportation for the youth while they're out there, those kind of activities. It doesn't pay for individuals to travel out there, it doesn't pay for that. If they're out there gonna cook, yes. If you're out there gonna provide medical services, yes. That kind of stuff, not just everybody can get mileage to go out there. And for right now, most of the activity that's happening out there, the programs are picking it up. The programs and the organizations, so right now, we haven't put any money. The money that we put into it is, we paid for food, the food money that we need out there. Other than that, we haven't put any money into it.
Mike.
Wayne, I still don't have it quite clear in my head as to what the amount of Rosebud's participation is going to be dollar-wise. The 500,000 that's available to the 4 tribes?
No, 9 tribes.
9 tribes, okay.
Yeah.
So how is that going to work here in Rosebud? What's our limit? Do we have an idea of what we're going to be, writing check for?
There's no limit.
But total, altogether, we don't know what the other tribes are spending either, but there's a limit of 500,000, right? So how's that gonna get coordinated? Am I making any sense here?
All the expenses that the tribe pays for will be submitted to Great Plains for reimbursement. I'm assuming it'll probably be on a first come, first served basis, I don't know that part.
Well, see, that's kind of where I'm going there. What if the total claims turn out to be more than 500,000? And they get there before we do, so all the money may be,
Mike, I don't know if you
the
share.
money may not be left over for us to get all what we put into it. I'm just being plain devil's advocate here, Wayne.
Mike, I don't know for sure, because I haven't been involved in the planning process. But I don't see the tribe advancing more than maybe $5,000 to $10,000 out of this fund.
How much?
5 to 10,000.
Okay,
Because everything else is being covered by the programs and by the donations.
okay, so we're only sticking our neck out, maybe not more than 10,000, but
That's what I'm estimating.
I think that's what we need to hear.
Maybe 10,000, that's what I'm estimating. You have the product line, yes.
It's not gonna be 100,000 or anything like that.
All the major expenses have already been covered by.
Okay.
Our solid waste, we already worked out with them, they're sending up a crew, sending more trucks, 150 bins. We're working out a contract, the county can dump it in. I mean, that's all worked out. The Skylighter program, we're sending up some helicopters, we're sending up their portable clinic. We got some tents that are going to be air conditioned for people that are older, might get overheated. Some of our other programs, JDC and all corrections, and all of them, they're sending up cooks. The supply of the tools or products to be with. Great Plains Area Association themselves buying bulk paperware for the cups and paper and plates and that kind of stuff. They're buying bulk, so you have to hear about that. We just think like we got donations for food, tribes, all the tribes are taking buffalo and all that stuff, so all that's all donation. So the majority of the expenses are already taken care of.
Well, in terms of this 500,000, we don't know what the other tribes are doing either, so that's what kind of makes it, you know.
And we don't know. I'm hoping that that's enough there for us to get reimbursed for everything, including all of our programs. But for sure, if we keep getting cash, then that's gonna be the first we're gonna reimburse.
But you're pretty confident that we're safe by, we don't go over more than 10,000. We're probably pretty safe to get our money back.
Yeah. Our Ridge and those were the two largest tribes, so for sure that would be, by shares is gonna be a lot. Anyway, that's the best we could come up with. I was planning to spend all weekend. So that people know that. No, the tribe has not appropriated a bunch of money for this, but we're working with the other tribes in the Bureau of Indian Affairs to fund the same through a reimbursement process. Okay. Any other questions?
Would you feel more comfortable if we put a limit as to how much you could put out there?
Mike, if,
Hope to get reimbursed for it?
Mike, if this thing gets to be large numbers, I'm gonna come to you guys before I stick my neck out. So,
You know, I appreciate you saying that. A few years ago, we had a huge storm. We had ARPA money. We said, 5 million, you really need that? I won't use the whole thing. You didn't say that, but somebody else did, and then they ended up using the whole thing. And then we weren't reimbursed. We were only reimbursed for about $250,000. So I just want to make sure that if this motion needs to have a limit, that we do that. And, if there's any budget, it would be nice to see that, so we could just make sure that, I don't know, we're covered.
okay. Yeah, again, because all I can tell you is if this thing gets out of hand, if it gets like more than like 15, 20,000, I'm gonna come to you.
Because the reimbursement portion includes our programs too, correct?
That's the plan.
Okay.
The plan is hopefully it's not gonna cost the tribe or our program anything. That's the overall goal.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Emily, question. The motion is that authorize Treasurer Boyd to use the intertribal loan program to advance funds for reimbursement of the 150th celebration. Sorry,
guys talk too much.
I know, we do.
And Emily question, all in favor?
And then,
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Could you read that motion?
Motion to authorize Treasurer Boyd to use the intertribal loan program to advance funds for reimbursement for the 150th celebration.
yeah,
Scope of the reimbursable. Sorry, he already made a motion, but,
We have a vote.
okay. Maybe I want to.
Carried.
I just want to make a follow-up motion to that. I do think we should have some clarity on there that all funds drawn should stay within the scope of the allowable, is it a grant? Award contract? All funds, all funds withdrawn should be with,
all funds advanced should be, it should be paid for the cost allowed under the reimbursement.
All funds advanced should.
This, Trevor Chin,
Okay, repeat that. All funds advanced
should be allowable cost for reimbursement. Trevor Chairman's under the 50th contract.
Must be.
yeah, must be.
And they have a copy of that.
Contract?
Yep.
Are we doing the not to exceed? Should I throw that in there? To exceed,
I remain for you guys to do.
only number,
Did you say it should go over like 10,000?
I put it up to 15,000, if it goes over, I'll come back to you guys.
Yeah, 15,000.
That's program.
That doesn't mean that we'll spend
you guys
15,000.
good with 20?
I think if our threshold's 25, then I would be good with 20 or 25, and then if we get close to that, then I think we need to have a conversation just about.
I'm comfortable with that if the council is. Yeah, 25?
Not to exceed 25,000?
Yeah. If it exceeds 25,000, then the treasurer.
Well, you'll have to anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of your
Not to
motion?
exceed 25,000. We'll just say not to exceed 25,000.
Okay. There a second. Marion, question.
That's our policy.
Yeah. Question by Michelle. All in favor?
But just for the public.
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Emily?
I've been getting questions about, fireworks, and I was just wondering if council had made any decisions regarding fireworks, and if we were, going to discuss the. I'm just not on this, the agenda, so I apologize, but I think it is lots of people.
Community fireworks?
Yeah.
Not necessarily community, I don't know about that, no, the question I was about is, if we're trying to lift a fire ban to allow fireworks this year. That's the questions that I got.
Yeah, in
Oh, that's what I was gonna say too.
Ben, Mike, and Jerry.
I'll let Mike answer that one, because I know we discussed it in budget finance.
Well, that's probably my brain question.
For the sake of fiscal sanity, I'll say that, I think we should decide the fire ban issue first. And then we need to decide, now we can't, it's likely that a lot of communities are gonna request something from the budget finance donations to pay for fireworks, and that can add up really, really quickly. We had, Rosebud community came in with a proposal to fund their fireworks thing on on the premise that what they do here is, it's kind of available for everybody to come and, attend kind of like one big event sort of thing, given that the casino's not gonna do anything because they can't afford it. Well, we can only afford so much, also, and, committee is going to recommend, suggest that we could donate maybe up to $10,000 to Rosebud community for that event, but that would be the extent of tribal financing for fireworks anywhere.
You didn't donate it to the community.
The tribe.
The tribe, you guys decided, right?
Go ahead, Deb.
The committee decided that they weren't gonna donate to any communities because they didn't want every community to start coming in. So they decided to host their own
Okay, there you go.
fireworks
Yeah,
display.
Yeah,
And,
prismatic, that's what we're gonna call it,
yes,
yeah. the tribe.
They're hosting their own fireworks display. They're gonna purchase $10,000 worth of fireworks. And, the Rosebud community is gonna partner with them and, pay for expenses for, whoever's gonna light the fireworks, going after them and all of that.
Yeah, they're gonna take care of that part.
And food for the youth that evening.
It'll be a tribal sponsored
Event,
Tribal,
yes.
yeah, tribal sponsor.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. So that, yeah, that we had to, went to the community after that, is that what? We did the left out stuff, so those are-
Oh, yeah, there was also talk of, next year having it at a different community, like maybe next year having it at Antelope, the year after that having it at, St. Francis, and, Parmalee. So they talked about those 4 big communities, real big.
I have a question.
Emily,
So again, broken record here, but I know this happens every year and we talk about it really late. But in terms of budgeting, I think if we are gonna establish that we're gonna do this year after year, I think it would be better to establish that and then put it in the budget so that whoever's gonna be in charge, whether it's a tribal event or a community event, that we could take advantage of pre-orders and bulk pricing, because right now what we've done is we're gonna get probably half or around that, as much as we would for the 10,000 or whatever amount, versus if we had done our pre-order, and in bulk ordering. So I'm not saying either way, however, but if we are gonna be moving forward with this every year, I would rather see it established as so that we can better plan and get better, more bang for your buck, literally. Thank you.
we'll make them a budget plans when we start budget formulation.
Ben woke up.
What's up, all you guys are talking,
That's right.
Can't believe it.
Okay, that brings us to personnel.
So that was one of the things I was gonna ask, I guess. I think it was brought up too also, the fire ban. I know it was implemented, the chairwoman implemented. I was just kind of curious because, we had quite a bit of fires in Two Strike, on the hill there. And I think the fire ban was not going to help that anyway because we figured it was our arson that started it. But I've gotten several calls of people just wanting to have a cookout, or, I know there were some spiritual things too, I think that happened the other day too, but so, I mean, I think we got our Two Strike Hill is now green from all the moisture we've gotten. So I know there were some fires that came up before, but I am always concerned about, when we put the ban on, fire ban, what's the intentions? I mean, just to stop fires everywhere or something, but I know we jumped the gun on quite a bit of stuff. So my thoughts on that is that, if you put the ban on it, that means everything. You can't have no cookouts, you can't have anything to that effect. I know people want to do that, but, my intentions are to be more like everybody knowing the difference, being able to say it's a fire ban, not to be able to go out to, I don't know, maybe East Dam and start a fire out there. I guess that's I think my intention, our thoughts on that. So anyway, I guess for me, we need to it's coming up here, I think in the next 2 weeks here, would be fireworks. So whether we're gonna, I guess, address that or not, or just wait until it happens. I guess 3 weeks, I think, isn't it? 3 weeks, I think. So, but I don't know. That's what they did. They put the ban on the admin. The admins actually did it, but I I don't know, like I said to you, we did it last year. I think it was a council motion last year to put the ban on, then I made the motion to lift it because.
Was it due to the drought or?
Yeah, last year was a drought. Yeah, last year was a drought, but I don't know, I mean, this year, it's pretty much green. So I don't think-
Because we're still in a drought.
Still not dry? Okay. So just my thoughts on it. I mean, you know, again, I know we need to address it, but if we keep the ban on, then I guess we'll do it. I don't know. I mean, that's just my thought. We wanted to bring it up. A lot of people wanted to do some cooking out, so, but thank you.
I have Sherry, Michelle. Emily, do you have your hand?
Yeah, I had a quick question after Ben.
I had, like I said, our community had a meeting and the fire ban did come up as well. There's a lot of fear. Although it does look pretty green out, it's still really dry and Grass Mountain's always burning up. So they were against the lifting of the ban in effort to save our homes. So I don't know, Madam Chair, if you can talk with the PA or whoever and
Yeah, I'll have
implement
to
that
discuss
and get back to us and let us know.
Emily,
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped the gun, sorry Ben. My question was why we, created the ban in the first place? And I was just asking because I think somebody mentioned it, but sometimes we don't have standards that we're going off of. We kind of just go by the, I don't know what we're looking by. But anyway, the reason why I'm asking is if the ban was put in place because of a drought, we are still very much in the middle of a drought. If the ban was in place for something else, then that's fine, but I just wanted to know because it's kind of silly to put a ban in place for the drought and then lift it while we're still in a drought. So that's why I was wondering if that was the reason why we were in the burn ban. Does anybody know that?
I think last year we went into the burn ban because of the fires. We're going up, and I don't think it was specifically for the drought, it was just because of all the fires that were happening.
Okay. And so the follow-up would be yesterday, we did get a firework-related fire, so they are happening. So I think the people would just like to know for planning purposes why we're doing things and the reasoning behind it. So, thank you.
You recall the fire at White River? That was made of,
I'm pretty sure we were.
burning, they were burning trash or something on the side. The huge fire that was up in Black County. Honestly. Mike,
When the topic of fire burns come up, first thing that comes to my mind is the welfare of our forested areas. I mean, in my mind, drought effects on grassland is different than what drought effects might have on forested land because there's so much more dry fuel in forested land than there is out in prairie, if you will. So I see our forested land more as a something that we should be concerned about when it comes to fire bans, because grassland comes back quickly. Forest land, once it's gone for a couple of generations.
all right, we're moving on to Personnel Committee. Let's start with all of you.
Yeah.
Can't even answer right now.
Order.
Okay,
So I can give an answer.
Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start, Early Head Start brought a resolution to personnel on May 6th.
Okay, so Marion, bring it on for, motion to approve.
Yes.
Is there a second? Probably. Okay, go ahead and read it in, Marion.
Okay, I'll start with the fourth one.
26, 22.
118. Whereas Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start, Early Head Start is requesting approval of stated amendments in our program, personnel policies and procedures which were adopted in 1991. And whereas the amendments to the Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start, Early Head Start personnel policies and procedures include the following revisions and additions.
Number one, the table of contents, which is on page 3 of their manual. The breastfeeding policy moved from program guidelines to conditions of employment, and it's also attached on the back of the resolution. B, social media code of conduct added, and C, cyberbullying, harassment, and discrimination policy added. Number 2, professional development, page 15. A, they added language requiring supervisors to review employee status sheets to ensure the declared minor/major aligns with the employee service area. And B, the Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start program will pay for one class corresponding with the employee status sheet. Number 3, exemptions on page 18, and they revised the title of secretary to administrative assistant. Number 4, the social media code of conduct on pages 30 and 31, they added sections A through F as a new policy. Number 5, cyberbullying, harassment, and discrimination, pages 31 and 32, they added sections A through D as a new policy. Number 6, sick leave, page 34, the policy was revised to provide all classroom staff with 80 hours of sick leave annually, equivalent to 10 days. Number 7, personal leave, which is on page 35. The policy was revised to provide all classroom staff with 40 hours of personal leave annually, equivalent to 5 days. Number 8, maternity leave, which is on page 36. Revised maternity leave from 3 weeks to 6 weeks in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Manual. Number 9, the Family Medical Leave Act, on page 40, they added the language stating the policy shall be provided to each employee upon permanent hire. Number 10, the Code of Conduct and the causes for disciplinary action, which is on page 46. Added language regarding violations occurring during work hours and or behavior violating social media code of conduct and or constituting cyberbullying, harassment, and discrimination. Number 11, methods of disciplinary action on page 48. Added staff mediation procedures to be implemented after disciplinary actions fail to resolve conflict and prior to initiation of a performance improvement. And number 2, termination of employment on pages 48 and 49. Remove the language stating that termination recommendations must be approved by the Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start Program Director.
Thank you, Greg.
And forwarded to the Policy Council for approval or disapproval. In cases of a second suspension within a 2-year time frame. Whereas the Personnel Committee reviewed and approved this recommendation at a duly called meeting held on Wednesday, May 6, 2026, quorum present, and forwarded the recommendation to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for final approval. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves of the Chicago Lakota Oyate Head Start policies and procedures amendment.
Any discussion? Sherry?
I just have a couple of questions. I wasn't there, I'm sorry. Did this go through the policy council?
I thought I read that somewhere here.
I thought that said personnel committee.
But she has to take everything to policy council anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted it mentioned in the resolution. And then, do we have enough here today to pass this? Do you know if they have any requirements?
They don't open this for their head start. Emily?
Just a quick question. I'm here when they're talking about moving the breastfeeding policy. Did it just move places in the document, or was there a new policy or any changes to that?
It looks like it moved places when I was looking at that.
Okay, but there was no actual changes to the breastfeeding policy? Oh, thank you. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Bob? All in favor?
Yeah. Oh. 0, 1.
Okay, lastly, we have transportation committee. Cowboy.
Did you say yes? Sorry.
So we have resolution 2026-119 tribal transportation program funding formula.
Motion to approve.
Approved by Cowboy. Second by Mike. Go ahead and read it in, Cowboy.
One thing on this is the formula, so the transportation program is working with Great Plains Shares, and they have meetings to try to change the formula to help. All right. Resolution of the RSG Tribal Council calling for reform of the Tribal Transportation Program TTP funding formula. Whereas the RSG tribe is a federally recognized sovereign tribal nation with inherent rights of self-determination and self-governance. And whereas the Tribal Transportation Program TTP, formerly Indian Reservation Roads IRR program, was created and addressed inadequate transportation infrastructure on Indian reservations, which has long been recognized as a barrier to development, public safety, and community well-being, as identified in the Merriam Report of 1928. And whereas the current TTP funding formula established under the Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century Act, 21 in 2012, relies on outdated data set from 2004 and 2012, which no longer reflects the true needs of tribal nations. And whereas the formula has created inequities by diverting scarce resources away from large land-based reservations and DIA and tribally owned roads, often the only lifelines of tribal communities, towards tribes and little or no land-based and minimum road inventory. In some cases, awarding millions of dollars to tribes with no VI roads or population. And whereas the disconnection undermines the original purpose of the IRR TTP program, compromises safety on reservations, hinders economic development, permits poverty in tribal communities, and now therefore be resolved that the RP Tribal Council call upon the United States Congress and administration to reform the TTP funding formula in the upcoming resurface transportation reauthorization set to replace the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act of 2021, STRA-21, expiring on September 30th, 2026, and be it further resolved that the reform formula must prioritize DIA and tribally owned roads that provide essential access to tribal and trust lands, ensure fair and adequate distribution of funds based on actual infrastructure needs, and reaffirm the federal trust responsibilities to tribal nations, and be it finally resolved that the certified copies of this resolution shall be forwarded to the appropriate congressional communities. The U.S. Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Federal Highway Administration.
Emily and Sherry.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. Is this, it seems like it's more of like a general support, like all tribes to kind of redo the
Yes.
formula. And so did our lawyer get eyes on it before coming back?
I don't know if you did.
That'd be my only thing. I'm supportive of it. It sounds like we needed to be, unite to get the formula changed, but I just wanted to make sure that our lawyers also had eyes on it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Did you, were you aware, or they announced it, that they're gonna do any rulemaking when it comes to transportation?
No,
This is
it's just a group working to
call
change the
for it?
formula, so it works
Yeah.
better for large land-based tribes.
Okay, and then, does the group have anything developed?
I don't know if they do or not.
Okay. It would be good to see, to make sure that,
Is this just like the first step
Yeah.
to call for it?
Yeah.
The resolution to call for it, then the rulemaking and the whatever, considerations you want to change in the formula will come after?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Call for the question. Emily, all in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Okay, 120.
Motion approved.
Second,
120.
there a second? By Marion, go ahead and read it in.
The 8 whereas. Whereas the proposed tribal priority list, TPL, is authorized pursuant to 25 CFR 170.420. And whereas the Tribal Transportation Committee discussed the TTIP public meeting and added the St. Francis Shared Youth pathway on the north side of the community. The TPL was revised and recommended by motion to send to council to further determine the project priority that identified road, bridge, pathway, and transportation safety projects for a total of, I need to make an amendment to that to 45 road. 45 road, bridge, pathway, and safety projects are as follows. Reading all the bridges, I think. Okay, for the bridges, it's the Lambert Bridge, Yellow Cloud Bridge, Churchill Bridge, Hollowhorn Bear Bridge, and you can scratch out Road Dog, that was already been done. The road projects priority list, Kilgore Road, BIA Route 5, junction to Spring Creek Community. Number 3, BIA Route 501, west of St. Francis to BIA Route 5 junction. 4, BIA Route 7, Rosebud, west to US Highway 18 junction. Number 5, BIA Route 30, south St. Francis junction to Spring Creek Community. Number 6, BIA Route 16, Denver Road, Omaha Street, Avenue B, Mission, South Dakota. 7, BIA Route 3016 southwest of St. Francis, Parkhorn Road, Gravel Road. ABC entrance in the parking area, IHS Road around the hospital, BIA Route 9 and BIA Route 903. RSD Community Streets, and it's pretty much all the 20. Ideal, Oak Creek, Black Pipe, Deep Creek, Spring Creek, Grass Mountain, Corn Creek, Parmley, Mills Camp, Uppercut Meat, E-Dog, Antelope, St. Francis, Horse Creek, Swift Bear, Rosebud, Two Strike, Soldier Creek, Green Thunder, Bull Creek. On to the shared use pathways. We got Antelope and White Horse Community Pedestrian Connectivity, Turtle Creek Phase 1 and 2, St. Francis Shared Use Pathway, and lighting. Two Strike Pathway, Winter Community Tribal Housing Pathway, Horn Creek Community Pathway, and we need to add another one.
Which one?
And there'll be the Wasta Drive Pathway in the Rosebud community.
On the sheet, is
They added on. And give it to you.
it halfway or street?
Pathways.
In Rosebud community?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund Program. So these are what funds the program, are these projects. Oh, Safety Fund Program, okay. Number 1, North BIA Route 1, Safety Shoulder Improvement, Phase 1 and 2. BIA Route 1 and 9 Feasibility Study. BI 1 Pedestrian Connectivity and Safety Improvements. BI 5 Intersection Study. Whereas the 5 project lists are from separate types of funding. The road projects are from US DOT grant funding. The bridge replacement and rehabilitation funding is from the TTP Bridge Program funds. the shared youth pathway, safety shoulder improvement, and feasibility study are from the TTP Safety Fund program. And whereas the Tribal Transportation Committee at a regular meeting held on May 12, 2026 discussed the TPL and the FYI 26 to FYI fiscal year 31 TTIP projects. Scratch out whereas. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts the RST Transportation Committee recommendations and approves the tribal priority list and the 2026 Tribal Transportation Improvement Program consistent with Title 23 USC Section 135 and 204. Be it for the results. And just to let you know, the numbers on there don't get into what's in, but it's one's number 1, 2, 3, be moved around, so that's not the priority of number 1.
Any discussion? Call for the question.
I have a question. Sorry, I should have tried my question, I wrote it down here. It's more of just a comment, with all of the kind of PSAs that have been going out, I got a few people reaching out, asking about who makes the decision on changing the names of some of our historical names to more. So one of the examples that gets brought up on Land and Natural that we try to change by motion was Rosebud Dam is and has been Spotted Tail Dam. And something recently changed that, and a lot of people would like it to go back to its original name to have the history of this, everything that we're wrong with it. So at Land and Natural, we made a motion to do that over a year ago, and nothing changed. And so I brought it up again, and I think it was your vice president that said that probably needs a resolution to change all those things. So along those same lines, I'm wondering who you could task to do that, because a lot of our elders are concerned now with the main bridges being changed. And for example, Parmalee should have been Eagle Feather Dam and things like that. And so I'm just wondering who we could task with identifying what those original names with our roads, with our bridges, what they were, and then if we are going to change them, that we do it officially in a way that our communities are made aware prior to us changing those things. I think we're at a point right now with our history where a lot of our people are really making that reconnection to who we are as people, and by changing those names, sometimes we're erasing our history without even knowing that. And it's also a missed opportunity to reconnect to our history and our knowledge. So I just wanted to point that out, that as we're moving forward with things like this, I don't know if we could pass that to TIPO, or if there's a more appropriate land office or something that could help us. I don't think everybody in transportation is as aware of those historical things. They're just trying to get the work done. But because those resolutions, change things for the future, I would like us to be more mindful of those things. And hopefully maybe we could identify an entity within our tribe that can help us bring back the kind of history and stories of those names, as well as making it accurate to what it should be. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the question. Mary Ann. Oh, Mary, you seconded.
I'll question.
Question by Emily. All in favor?
And 11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Emily, do you think that was just a mistake? That, like, that they just changed the name because that's what's commonly been said?
I think somebody probably just did the new name, and then it just stuck and it's been used, because most of the dams have come up at Land and Natural, and that's what we've been trying to do, but with these bridge projects, apparently like Pro Dog Bridge was called something else, and I think Humbert Bridge used to be called Ghost House Bridge and things like that, and so a lot of our people are saying we're missing out on our opportunity to know our own history by doing that, and I don't think it's intentional, but it's happening nonetheless, and so I just wanted to make sure that.
Should make a motion to,
Yeah,
have
128.
Nick look into it, and I'll look back at solo.
Okay. Share a recommendation that we do have somebody that works at our land office that might be, have that historical knowledge. So I'll look into it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's solo three.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have 128.
Motion approved. 2026, 128.
Motion by Conway, is there a second? By Ben, question by oh, second by. Go ahead, read it in.
Start with the seventh whereas, and you got this pamphlet here that Ben passed out. This goes with this one here. Long range transportation plan. All right, seventh whereas. Whereas in accordance with 25 CFR 170.409, ALJ Engineering LLC has prepared and updated the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Long Range Transportation Plan, LRTP. The completed LRTP demonstrates the tribe's transportation needs and strategies to meet them. The LRTP is a vital element to the transportation planning process and provides a 20-year forecast. And whereas in accordance with the 25 CR 120.413, 2 open public meetings were held. The first meeting was held on April 23rd, 2024 in the BIA building in Mission, South Dakota, where the LRTP tentative schedule was discussed and input gathered. The second meeting was on October 29th, 2025 at the Rosebud Community Building, Rosebud, South Dakota, to present the draft of the final LRTP and to provide any additional input. And whereas the RC Transportation Program Director shall ensure distribution of the LRTP to the Regional BIA Division of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration. And whereas the RC Transportation Committee recommends acceptance of the updated long-range transportation plan and recommends approval by the RST Council. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the long-range transportation plan for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Call for the question.
I have a quick question, sorry. The one that you just read in, is it the first page of this packet, right?
First one?
Or which one?
The one we just read in was 128.
128.
Oh, that's why I was so lost. I must not have that one.
It was in our folders.
Sorry, I didn't get to read over this.
That's
Or
fine,
I didn't
yes.
attend any of these.
So-
But on this crash and safety analysis on page 11, it says that they covered an 8-year time interval from January 2013 to December 2020. So are they doing an updated one because of the, I feel like we have way more crashes since that time. And I think the data would increase more now. So are they going to be doing another analysis or how
Yeah,
often do they do these?
we're trying to get with the police department to get that crash data. That's still old.
No, we don't have a highway safety. And last I knew, they were having problems retrieving that data as
Yes.
well. Has there been any
It
changes?
still works.
Still having trouble? Is that just because there's nobody there to get that data or they're not getting responses?
I think they're just not getting responses
Okay.
to give us the locations and. But they're not trying to get names and anything, just usually location and.
Yeah, she came to our judiciary committee requesting assistance with retrieving that data as well and was running into roadblocks with it then, so I'm just curious if anything's gotten better since then. No?
Change them. And after that, it's getting all, maybe it's happened between now and then, so.
Okay.
And we've asked them to come to our meeting too. So, back to action.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to note for the record too that they did come to Judiciary Committee requesting this data. And when they get this data, it helps with our staff so that they can get funding to better our road, get pathways that are safe for our people to walk on, because there's a lot of fatalities of people walking, hitchhiking, and there's no safe pathways for them. And she's been running into issues as far as the department's I was collaborating with her and giving her that data. She doesn't want names, she just wants that there was a fatality here on this road, on this date.
Was it?
Luana. And she hasn't been getting cooperation from anybody to get that data, and I feel like it's really important to have somebody look into it, because we did, make a motion in judiciary committee that that data be given to her, and it still isn't being done, so. I don't know what the next step for that is. Thank you.
More discussion? Oh, Apparently got fire ban. Question by Sherry, all in favor? That's from Talia.
Aye.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
I have one more.
Now you have emergency legislation.
Move for emergency legislation.
There's a second. I'll second. Second by Mike. Question. Marion, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Okay, motion approved by Cowboy, it's 152.
Motion approved, 26, 152.
That's it.
Is this BIA 7?
That's what
Yes.
it's about.
That's the guy said.
Okay, that's the one I had a question for.
You ever read it in, oh, we're gonna get a second on that?
I will.
Second by Emily. Would read it in.
Okay, I'll start with the seventh whereas. Whereas the RST Transportation Program has advertised bids for the BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project grading phase to reconstruct 7.6 miles of existing gravel roads and installation of 1.2 miles of concrete pathway. Work includes grading, culvert removal, and installation, replacement of geotextile fabric, base cores, concrete pathway, sidewalk, rumble strips on existing asphalt pavement, signage, and electrical or specialty signage. And whereas 5 responsive bids were received. The first one was from Wheezy Construction, amount of $13,617,090.80. Next one was from AGE Construction for $18,707,621.09. Central Equipment Specialties Company, $17,385,983.23. Parrot Construction Ltd, $16,167,805.76. Red Point Contracting, $16,377,875.80. And you can see the engineer's estimate. RC Transportation Committee discussed the bids and has recommended Wheezy Construction and Company as the low responsive bid for the completion of BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project grading phase in the amount of $13,617,090.80. And whereas the funding source for the total cost of BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project grading phase is the USDOT Rural Surface Transportation Grant and the RST Transportation Program Tribal Transportation program funds. This grant is reimbursable with 80% being paid through the US DOT rural grant totaling $10,893,672,74, and 20% being paid with the RST Transportation Program, Tribal Transportation Program funds totaling $2,723,418.16. And whereas the agreement shall be governed and construed in accordance with the laws of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And whereas the proposed agreement, Article 12.01, third paragraph provides all conflicts, disputes, and causes of action, including any action to enforce this agreement that cannot be or not resolved through mediation shall be subject to the exclusive jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court. Contractor expressly consents to the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court and agrees to comply with all applicable tribal laws, ordinances, taxes, and fees in the performance of the agreement. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 4-3-1, Sovereign Immunity, provides that, except as required by federal law or the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe, are specifically waived by the resolution or ordinance of the tribal council making specific references to such. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its officers and employees shall be immune from sued in any civil action for any liabilities arising from the performance of their official duties. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee has recommended Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council determine that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to approve the contract agreements. Uzi construction, specifically including the provisions that require the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to waive its sovereign immunity from suit as set forth in the contract agreement. And therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts and adopts the recommendations of the RST Transportation Committee to award selection of the bid to Uzi Construction Incorporated for the completion of the construction of the BIA Route 7 Regional Improvements Project grading phase in the amount of $13,617,090.80. And be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or the authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the contract on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Emily.
Sorry, that was just a lot of words for me, and I wanted to clarify, those whereas that talk about sovereign immunity, we're not waiving it, it's just reiterating that they're agreeing to our jurisdiction and that we have sovereign immunity and we're not waiving it. That's what it's saying, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to wait till today. I don't know if Eric is still around. Perfect timing.
Okay, because normally we don't.
I mean, that language is taken directly out of the law enforcement.
That's what I said,
Yeah.
normally we don't see that unless we're waiving it, but the one above that says they agree to our jurisdiction and everything, so we're just reiterating that we are not waiving it and that we have sovereign immunity. I just wanted to clarify.
This is what
Hold on,
Eric.
Eric.
Okay, thank you.
We,
Jeff,
Jeff,
the first draft of the resolution.
Jeff, take us off there.
Thank
Thank you.
1 and 9, I'd like to bring up a vote on it at next council meeting. To see if we want to go forward with it or not go forward with it.
Can you bring us like a plan for it or how?
There's a plan that's been out, so I can re-email it.
Okay.
There's just like 3 different phases of it. The roundabout, stop signs, you know, at 3 different places, or a stoplight. I can send that out again, but I'd like to just, Recreation Program wants to know if we want to move forward on it or not, so we can just,
Which junction?
1 and 9 over here by the hospital turn.
Well, it should something. You have to do like a roundabout or stop signs, stoplights, or what do you say, stop signs?
Roundabout,
Roundabout.
stop signs, or stoplight.
So either like a 3-way stop
Yeah,
or a roundabout or a full-on.
Oh, what is it, roundabout?
Was there cost involved in those? Sorry, I don't know.
they put in for the funny. They did,
No, but I mean, to each options, is there a cost
I
difference?
think there is, I think there is.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. That's not good. I just wanted to.
I'll,
That
I'll
roundabout.
resend that out.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the plans for the roundabout yet.
Roundabout seem like cost effective, that would be great, but I just don't know experience wise here if that
Are we
would
ready?
cause more. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, so bring that up at the next council meeting.
Yeah, I'd just get a vote on it. or
Maybe
get back
send
to
that
you.
out and see what the costs are and maybe the plan of the roundabout or how the traffic flow is gonna go.
And then
We
take it
gotta
back.
move along with the times, let's get around about.
Raise your hand.
Mike, that's just that thing that keeps.
Okay, council, lastly,
I understand.
are you done?
Yes.
Lastly, I passed out the, resolution in support of Mark Cruz. He's been nominated to be the director of the Indian Health Service.
Can we skip the social service?
We already passed that.
That one passed already?
Yep, that one passed. Bob was here, he passed. That was for the SGU for the tornado shelter.
Yeah.
So,
I'll go to the meeting.
motion by Mike, is there a second? Second by Marion, question? Emily, all in favor? Thank you guys for helping me keep track of hands.
Yeah.
9,
No.
Opposed?
0,
Opposed.
2,
Motion carried, motion to approve. Wants to read it in
Motion to approve.
by Michelle, there's a second by Sherry. Okay.
Where shall I start? For
With the opening statement. In bold.
the resolution is to support the president's nomination of
That's
Mark
152.
Cruz to serve as director of the Indian Health Service and requesting Congress to speed his Senate confirmation to promote healthcare and self-determination for American Indians within the framework of nation-to-nation relations. Motion to approve 26153.
Second.
Second by Sherry.
I will start at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6,
Six.
6.
Yes.
Whereas the president has appointed Mark Cruz to serve as the director of the Indian Health Service, a Senate-confirmed position, which is central to the fulfillment of the federal treaty and trust responsibility. Whereas Mark Cruz is a member of the Klamath Tribe of Oregon and has a bachelor's degree in political science from Pepperdine University and a master's in urban education policy from Brown University. His career has spanned education, tribal governance, and federal policy. He has served as a board member of the Klamath Tribes Economic Development Corporation, chief of staff to the minority leader of the Oregon House of Representatives. He's worked on the staff of 2 members of Congress focusing on education, labor, civil service reform, appropriations, and oversight. He served as principal deputy assistant secretary for Indian Affairs in the U.S. Department of the Interior during the first Trump administration. Whereas Cruz has served as senior advisor to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a new position established to ensure Native health priorities are represented at the highest levels of the department. In this role, he acted as a key liaison between HHS and tribal nations, helping elevate tribal health priorities, secure advance appropriations for IHS, and support major facility construction projects. Whereas Cruz has maintained a positive relationship with Secretary Kennedy and the Trump administration and has worked to promote Indian self-determination and healthcare within Indian nations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe seeks to promote Indian healthcare for tribal members and raise the health status of our nation and people to the highest possible level, and supports the President's nomination of Mark Cruz for Director of Indian Health Service to work with the Indian nations on a nation-to-nation basis to raise the status of healthcare to its highest possible level as the Director of the Indian Health Service. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe calls upon South Dakota congressional delegation to speed the Senate confirmation of Mark Cruz as Director of the Indian Health Service so he can work to promote the Indian health status of American Indians and Alaska Natives to the highest possible level, consistent with the federal treaty and trust responsibility to provide health care and promote Indian self-determination and nation-to-nation relations.
Any discussion? I'll call for the question. Just Mike, you need to.
Oh, I-
No, you did it. Question by Mike. All in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Carried. Resolution. Council have anything else?
Oh, we're not gonna do the gaming or the committee appointments or the minute approval?
Should be good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for our next agenda.
We've done enough for today.
Can we make sure to add those to the next agenda?
Mike!
Yeah,
Royal.
at the risk of.
Hold on. No, Royal, Mike's been.
Who's first, Royal?
You are.
Yeah, at the risk of maybe not being a commissioner, I should have. Resolution 56, that was presented by the Judiciary Committee that establishes this emergency action plan for state of emergency violence and narcotics interdiction and all that. Did we pass that? or-
No. Remember, we were gonna have Eric look at them and he's going to make any changes and then we'll bring it back.
And the reason I asked, because I had a community meeting coming up, and they're gonna ask us, what are we doing? First, I look at it, it looks like it's a good plan of action, something to start with. That's why I'm interested.
She made a motion to have Lisa draft the letter, redraft that letter that was attached to District 1. And then, they're gonna bring it back with a redrafted resolution as well.
But the letter will go out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it was dated in February, so we're gonna try to update it.
The letter will go out requesting assistance from District 1.
The letter wasn't signed, so I don't know if President Goodnight did send it out or not. I'll have to figure that out.
But the agreement calls for a lot of mobilization and partnerships on our own part, and I was wondering, why can't we start that?
Yeah.
There was a
And of course,
suggestion.
given our discussions about law enforcement, they're an integral part of, actually a big part of this plan working. We need to make sure that things are squared away.
And then so the one following the social services, we did pass that last week, and that EPT adopt facility use and equipment with SGU, that was resolution number 2026-139.
Madam Chair, can we put the committee appointments and the minutes for approval on the next agenda?
On the main part,
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
motion by Sherry, is there a second? By Royal.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our Royal.
University, Tula Omanis, check out that sledgehammer. I know Wayne did that budget and, looking into the records, there was nothing, made on council floor for council to attend the, 150th annual, so I'll let you make a motion for council to attend the, 150th annual, whatever they're doing, there's different things going on up there, sitting bull,
What days?
I think
It was like the 23rd to the 27th?
Yeah.
23rd to the 27th? We will increase those to the room rates. Okay. There's second to Royal's motion by Emily. Question. Marion, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Right, Sherry, motion to adjourn? Yeah. Motion, there's a second by Marion. Question.
That's his wife's job.
Emily, all in favor? Let me go close that trunk. He said, I suppose I could go home. I suppose.
11. Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
That's me fighting. Look at that.